the Pan-American Highway Book 1, The Road to the Pearl of the West, the 1968 chronicle of a high-pressure steam automaton and an indomitable mechanic, by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026, James Henderson and Mark Twain. If you enjoy these audiobooks and don't want to miss out on new ones, it would be bully if you like and subscribe. Or if you want to be a rapscallion and miss out, then have it your way. Also, please feel free to leave suggestions for future topics. Shall we continue? Preface: The Brass, the Beetle, and the Great Divide. It is a peculiar and somewhat distressing sensation to be fully aware that you are a contraption of polished brass cogs, intricate copper wiring, and glowing vacuum tubes, yet still feel a profound, bone-deep sense of impending doom. They tell me the year is 1968. I am Mark Twain, an engineering marvel, or perhaps a mechanical punchline designed to replicate the intellect, the slow Missouri drawl, and the requisite cynicism of the late Mr. Clemens. I observe this rapidly changing, perplexing world through glass lens eyes, venting my frequent bouts of exasperation through a mechanical cigar that serves the dual purpose of aesthetic flair and exhausting the excess steam from my internal cooling systems. The heart of the expedition, Ennie. My companion in this fool's errand is Ennie. She is a mechanic of the highest order and a young lady of perpetual infuriating optimism. Time itself seems entirely unwilling to leave its mark upon her. She remains the same spirited, bright-eyed girl I first met, with a smudge of grease permanently affixed to her cheek and a wrench forever residing in her pocket like a trusted sidearm. Where my calculative brain processes a broken axle as a clear sign from the Almighty to give up, sell the remains for scrap, and retire to a well-appointed hotel, Ennie views it differently. To her, a mechanical failure is merely a delightful puzzle to be solved with a bit of baling wire, a borrowed part, and a cheerful disposition that I find statistically improbable. She is, quite literally, the lifeblood of our expeditions. The Vessel, a sky blue paradox. Our current puzzle, and likely our future casket, is a sky blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle. It is a vehicle that, in its infinite German wisdom, placed the engine in the boot and left the front entirely empty, presumably to provide ample storage for the driver's mounting regrets. We have nicknamed it the Blue Loaf. It is a tiny air-cooled tin bug that seems woefully unprepared for the sheer scale of the geography ahead. The mission: from ice to fire. In this battered machine, we are to embark on a trifling little jaunt known as the Pan-American Highway. The premise of this journey is simple enough to be the direct product of a deranged mind. We are to start in the frozen, unforgiving expanse of Alaska and drive south until we simply run out of continent at the wind-swept tip of Tierra del Fuego. I have already run the numbers. I have calculated the odds of an uninsulated rear-engine car surviving the following: the bone-shattering Alaskan winter, the literal green hell of the Central American jungles, the jagged, oxygen-starved peaks of the Andes. The mathematics are decidedly bleak. If we were a rational duo, we would turn the key and drive straight to the nearest library. The departure. But rational thought has little place in the passenger seat of a Beetle. Ennie has already packed her toolbox with the efficiency of a surgeon. As I stand here, venting a thin trail of steam into the crisp air, she is currently humming a cheerful tune, something rhythmic and entirely too upbeat, while adjusting the carburetor with practiced ease. I find that hope is a very poor substitute for a functioning heater, I remarked, my vocal gears clicking with a dry metallic resonance. I calculate a 94% probability that our toes will achieve a state of permanent frostbite before we clear the Yukon. Ennie didn't even look up from the engine bay. Only 94%, Mr. Twain. I like those odds. Pass me the pliers, would you? We've got a long way to go and the sun's already up. And so the mechanical man and the eternal optimist prepare to hit the road once more. The ignition is turning, the pistons are beginning their frantic metallic dance, and the horizon is calling. Chapter 1. The starting line in Fairbanks. They call Fairbanks the Golden Heart City. I can only assume this is a morbid bit of irony perpetrated by the locals, because if this place possesses a heart, it is currently frozen solid and pumping nothing but glacial slush. It is October of 1968, and the ambient temperature has plummeted to a number that deeply offends my internal thermometers. To a creature of precision clockwork and pressurized vapor, this isn't just weather, it is a personal insult. The anatomy of a frozen AI. I sit shivering in the passenger seat of our sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle. This shivering is not a sign of fear, but a deliberate rhythmic clicking of my brass joints designed to generate enough friction to keep my internal fluids from achieving a state of permanent stasis. A delicate film of frost has already crystallized over my glass lens eyes. To maintain any semblance of vision, I am forced to intermittently deploy my miniature spring-loaded brass wipers. The effect is rhythmic, mechanical, and utterly depressing. The excess steam from my internal boiler, which I usually vent with a satisfying leisurely hiss through my mechanical cigar, is suffering a worse fate. The moment it hits the Alaskan air, it condenses and freezes, attaching a jagged silver icicle to my copper mustache. The optimist at the wheel. "It's brisk, isn't it, Mr. Twain?" Ennie chirps from the driver's seat. She is wearing a canvas coat that has seen better decades, a pair of thick wool mittens, and a smile so radiant it borders on the statistically offensive. A smudge of grease, her permanent badge of office, is visible on her left cheek, standing out in stark contrast against the rosy flush of the cold. "Brisk, my dear Ennie," I reply, my voice box grinding slightly as the gears protest the chill, is a word one uses for a crisp autumn morning in Missouri. This is a deliberate, meteorological assault by the cosmos upon anything foolish enough to possess moving parts, which, unfortunately, includes both of us and this motorized tin can. I rap my knuckles against the metal dashboard. The sound is hollow, metallic, and entirely uninsulating. It feels less like a car and more like a refrigerated biscuit tin. German hubris versus the Arctic. "Oh, don't be so dramatic," she laughs, her breath blooming in a great white cloud as she adjusts the choke. "The bug is tough. German engineering." "German engineering," I retort, "that conspicuously forgot to include a functioning heating apparatus. Placing an air-cooled engine in the boot of a vehicle destined for the Arctic Circle is an act of engineering hubris I have not seen since they launched the Titanic. Outside our frosty windows, the world is a bleak, monochromatic expanse. A local trapper, swaddled in what appears to be the entire hide of a deceased grizzly bear, trudges past through the drifts. He stops, squints at our tiny sky-blue contraption, and then locks eyes with me through the passenger glass. I give him a stiff, mechanical nod and a single, defiant puff of steam from my cigar. He blinks, shakes his head slowly, and hurries his pace toward a nearby saloon. He is a remarkably sensible man. The spark of life. Ennie turns the ignition key. The starter motor whines, a high-pitched, desperate plea for mercy that echoes off the frozen buildings. For a moment, there is only the sound of straining metal and my own internal ticking. Then the little four-cylinder engine finally catches. It sputters, it coughs, and then it settles into that unmistakable, frantic rattling sound like a skeleton shivering in a tin outhouse. "Hear that?" Ennie beams, giving the steering wheel an affectionate, grease-stained pat. She's ready to go. Next stop, Tierra del Fuego, or at least the edge of town. She wrestles the gear shift into first. The Beetle lurches forward, its narrow tires crunching rhythmically against the packed snow. The long road ahead. The great Pan-American adventure has officially begun at a blistering pace of 14 miles per hour. I calculate the distance to Argentina, factor in our current velocity, and adjust my internal calendar accordingly. If my calculations are correct, we should arrive sometime in the next century, provided my mainspring doesn't snap before we reach the Canadian border. Would you like to continue to Chapter 2, where the Beetle faces its first real incline on the treacherous, unpaved stretches of the Alcan Highway? Chapter 2, Denali Detours, the gravel rut that the great state of Alaska charitably refers to as a southbound highway, is less of a thoroughfare and more of a geologic suggestion. We have been vibrating down this unrelenting washboard trail for the better part of a day, and I am beginning to suspect that the road was not engineered, but rather formed by a fleeing glacier that was in a particularly foul temper. At our cruising velocity of 35 miles per hour, every pothole, rock, and frozen ridge registers as a profound and personal insult to my internal suspension, to say absolutely nothing of the rudimentary torsion bars struggling beneath our vehicle. To be a mechanical man constructed of brass cogs, delicate copper wiring, and sensitive vacuum tubes is normally a point of pride. Today, however, it is a liability. The ambient temperature has plummeted to a figure that is frankly insulting. My internal fluids are growing thick and viscous. My joints protest with a cacophony of metallic shrieks every time we hit a bump, and the delicate glass lenses that serve as my eyes are in a constant state of frosting over. I am forced to intermittently deploy my miniature spring-loaded brass wipers just to maintain a blurry view of the frozen purgatory through which we are plummeting. To our right, the colossal, snow-draped mass of Denali looms against a pale, bruised sky. It is a magnificent monument to nature's complete and utter indifference to the plights of man and machine. It sits there, a jagged tooth of granite and ice, freezing everything in its shadow with profound geological apathy. Ennie, naturally, finds the entire tableau breathtaking. I have attempted to explain to her that at these sub-zero temperatures, the taking of one's breath is not a poetic metaphor, but a literal and potentially fatal physical reality. She merely laughed, a bright, chiming sound that bounced off the uninsulated metal interior of our conveyance. The conveyance in question is a sky blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle. The vehicle is a testament to an engineering philosophy that I can only describe as actively hostile to human comfort. In its infinite German wisdom, the manufacturer placed the engine entirely in the rear, leaving the front end completely devoid of anything but empty space and a spare tire, presumably so the driver has ample room to store their mounting regrets. There is a singular dial upon the painted metal dashboard, a speedometer that bounces erratically between 20 and 60 miles per hour regardless of our actual pace, and absolutely nothing in the way of a functioning heating apparatus. "Look at those peaks, Mr. Twain," Ennie chirps from the driver's seat, her hands dancing lightly over the thin, cracked rim of the steering wheel. She is swaddled in a heavy canvas coat that has seen better decades, a pair of thick wool mittens, and a smile so radiant it borders on the offensive. A smudge of dark engine grease, her permanent badge of office, sits stark against the rosy, wind-chafed flush of her cheek. "I am looking at them, Ennie," I reply, my voice box grinding slightly, the gears protesting the chill as they formulate the Missouri drawl I am programmed to project. They look exactly as they did 20 miles ago, cold, unforgiving, and entirely devoid of a reasonably priced hotel with a roaring fireplace. "Oh, you're just grumpy because your boiler is running cool," she says, downshifting as we approach a particularly brutal incline. The little four-cylinder air-cooled engine behind us screams in a frantic rattling cadence, sounding for all the world like a skeleton shivering violently in a tin outhouse. The bug is doing great. She's tough as nails. Nails, I note dryly, are notoriously poor at retaining body heat. We are currently hurtling through the Arctic in a steel drum. It is an act of mechanical hubris I have not witnessed since they launched the Titanic. By mid-afternoon, the pale sun begins to dip below the tree line, casting long, menacing shadows across the tundra. The Volkswagen's fuel gauge, a tiny, nervous dial possessing the accuracy of a carnival fortune-teller, indicates a desperate and immediate need for gasoline. Just as I am calculating the exact moment my internal mainspring will snap from the cold after we run dry and are forced to walk, civilization, or a desperately bleak approximation of it, appears on the horizon. We pull into a desolate clearing scraped out of the pine forest. It features a single, sagging log structure that serves as a gas station, a trading post, and, judging by the questionable aroma wafting from a rusted tin chimney, a purveyor of burned meats. Two antique fuel pumps stand out front like mournful sentinels, their glass crowns caked in ice. "I'll pump the gas and see if I can rustle up some hot coffee," Ennie declares, practically bouncing out of the car. Her unkillable enthusiasm is both her greatest asset and the bane of my existence. "You want to come inside and thaw your gears, Mr. Twain? You're sounding a little squeaky." "I would rather step directly into an active volcano," I inform her. "But seeing as one is not immediately available on this godforsaken stretch of tundra, I suppose that leaning hovel will have to suffice." I unlatch the passenger door and step out onto the packed snow. My knees let out a loud scree-clack that echoes across the clearing. I adjust my bowler hat, straighten my lapels, and follow her inside, my heavy copper footsteps thudding ominously on the rotting wooden planks of the porch. The interior of the trading post is dimly lit by a few flickering, incandescent bulbs hanging from exposed wire. The room is aggressively heated by a massive pot-bellied cast-iron stove roaring in the center, radiating a heat so intense I can feel my exterior brass plating immediately begin to expand. The air is thick with the smell of wet wool, stale tobacco, and black coffee that has been boiling for so long it has likely achieved sentience. A group of 3 men are huddled around a scarred circular wooden table near the stove. They are swaddled in varying, indistinguishable layers of flannel, canvas, and assorted animal pelts. They possess the kind of wild, unkempt, aggressively wiry facial hair that strongly suggests they have not seen a razor, or perhaps a civilized town, since the Taft administration. They fall entirely and completely silent as I clank over to a corner booth. I seat myself with a heavy mechanical sigh that rattles the cheap silverware on the table. A faint, rhythmic humming sound begins to emanate from my chest cavity as my internal vacuum tubes work overtime to process the sudden, violent shift in temperature. My internal relays click in a steady, comforting cadence, and I open the valve on my mechanical cigar, releasing a long, satisfying hiss of excess steam that billows up toward the rafters. The largest of the 3 men, a fellow whose beard seems to merge seamlessly with the raccoon skin cap upon his head, squints at me through the haze. He slowly lowers his mug of coffee to the table without breaking eye contact. He nudges the man seated to his left. "I tell you, Gus," he whispers, in a voice loud enough to be heard over the crackling stove, "the Sears Roebuck catalog said they was getting smaller this year, but I ain't never seen one that looks quite like that." Gus, a man possessing a face with the texture and complexion of a weathered leather boot, leans forward. He cups a grime-stained hand to his ear, attempting to catch the specific frequency of my internal humming. "You reckon it gets the anchorage stations out here, Elias? Looks complicated." I sit perfectly still, allowing the steam from my cigar to wreath my brass features, giving them ample time to appreciate the absurdity of their deductions. "Excuse me, gentlemen," I say, projecting my voice so it cuts sharply through the dim room. "I am not an appliance." The 3rd man, who up until this point had been silently whittling a piece of pine with a terrifyingly large knife, drops his wood on the table and slaps his knee. "I'll be damned. I heard about these. It's one of them newfangled Japanese transistor radios, and it's got a parlor trick voice box gimmick, too." He turns around in his chair and calls out to Ennie, who is at the front counter charming the proprietor out of a thermos of coffee. "Hey, lady, how many of them heavy D-cell batteries does that brass novelty take to run?" Ennie turns, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and giggles. The sound grates against my auditory sensors, but the trappers seem thoroughly enchanted. "Oh, he doesn't take batteries at all," she says cheerfully. "He runs on a closed-loop steam system, a highly sophisticated array of Charles Babbage-inspired analytical engines, and a very, very grumpy disposition." "Well," Gus says, looking entirely unconvinced by her explanation. He pushes his chair back and walks over to my booth, leaning his face uncomfortably close to my chest plate. He smells powerfully of pine resin and old soup. "See if you can tune him to the country western station, miss. I've been dying to hear Patsy Cline all week, and the reception out here is garbage." I fix Gus with my most severe, unblinking, glass-eyed glare. I regulate the pressure in my boiler, routing the excess directly to my exhaust vent. I release a prolonged, highly pressurized and scalding, hissing cloud of steam directly from the tip of my cigar into his weathered face. Gus yelps, staggering backward and swatting the fog away with his hat, coughing violently. "I assure you, sir," I state flatly, adjusting my bowler hat with a metallic clink, "the only tune I am currently broadcasting is a sorrowful, unyielding dirge mourning the absolute and final death of human intelligence. Now, if you will excuse me, my mechanic and I have a continent to traverse before I rust into a permanent cynical monument to this exhausting conversation." Ennie walks over, handing me a small tin cup of steaming black liquid to warm my internal reservoirs, her eyes dancing with amusement. "All fueled up, Mr. Twain. The man at the counter said the gravel turns to ice about 5 miles up the road, so we should probably take it slow." "Slower than our current pace?" I ask, standing up and preparing to brave the Arctic misery waiting outside the door. "My dear Ennie, if we take it any slower, we will be traveling backward in time. Lead the way. Let us return to our freezing steel drum before these gentlemen attempt to plug me into a wall socket." Chapter 3. The First Cough. The transition from the pale, bruised twilight of the Alaskan afternoon into the profound, crushing abyss of an Alaskan night is not a gradual process. It does not fall like a gentle curtain, as the poets would have you believe. Rather, it descends with the abrupt and terrifying finality of a heavy vault door slamming shut, locking you inside a pitch-black frozen mausoleum. We had left the dubious comforts of the trading post several hours behind us, pressing further south into a wilderness that seemed to actively resent our intrusion. The sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle, our intrepid, steel-shelled mechanical donkey, trudged onward down the ribbon of corrugated ice and packed snow, its twin headlights shining with the asthmatic, sickly yellow glow of 2 dying fireflies did little to pierce the gloom. They illuminated perhaps 20 feet of blowing snow before the light simply gave up, swallowed whole by the oppressive dark. I observed to Ennie that our headlights possessed roughly the same illuminating power and general utility as a politician's promise, a remark she countered by cheerfully humming a tune I believe was popularized by the monkeys. To ride in the passenger seat of this vehicle is to subject oneself to a master class in auditory torture. The air-cooled 4-cylinder engine mounted behind us does not purr, nor does it roar. It clatters with a frantic, desperate, metallic urgency, sounding precisely like a collection of loose sewing machines tumbling endlessly down a long flight of wooden stairs. This cacophony is accompanied by the ceaseless rattling of the thin glass windows, the creaking of the inadequate suspension, and the howling of the Arctic wind actively searching for and finding every single microscopic gap in the weather stripping. As a marvel of analytical engineering, my internal sensors are highly attuned to environmental shifts. I am equipped with an array of delicate, mercury-filled thermometers and barometric pressure gauges designed to maintain the optimal operating temperature for my steam-driven logic engines. Therefore, I was the first to notice when the already pathetic, tepid breath of air whispering from the floorboard vents abruptly ceased entirely. "Ennie," I stated, my voice box projecting a crisp, unamused baritone over the roar of the engine, "I do not wish to alarm you, but the microscopic zephyr of lukewarm air that the German engineers optimistically classified as a heater has abandoned its post." Ennie tapped the painted metal dashboard with a heavily mittened hand. "Oh, it's probably just a stuck cable, Mr. Twain. The bug has a very simple heating system. It just takes air blown over the exhaust pipes and routes it into the cabin. Very efficient." "Efficient," I grumbled, "is a word I would reserve for the guillotine. What we have here is a catastrophic failure of basic thermodynamics. My internal ambient temperature gauge has just dropped 3 degrees in the span of 40 seconds. We are rapidly achieving thermal parity with the vacuum of deep space." She leaned forward, squinting through the frosted windshield, her breath pluming in the increasingly frigid cabin. She reached down and toggled a small lever near the emergency brake, the theoretical control for our climate. Nothing happened. The air blowing in from the vents shifted from tepid to a blast of pure, unadulterated Arctic misery. Within 10 minutes, the interior of the vehicle was arguably colder than the exterior, as the metal shell seemingly amplified the chill. A thick, opaque layer of frost began to crystallize on the inside of the windows. I was forced to run my internal steam boiler at maximum capacity, simply to keep my brass joints from seizing solid, venting frantic puffs of white steam from my mechanical cigar, just to keep the pressure from blowing my chest plate across the dashboard. "Well," Ennie said finally, her voice lacking its usual infuriating lilt, "that is definitely not ideal. It seems we have lost our heater boxes." "Not ideal," I echoed, my copper jaw shivering rhythmically against my brass collar. "My dear Ennie, not ideal is discovering a fly in your soup. Not ideal is a rainy Tuesday. Freezing to death inside a mobile tin can on a desolate stretch of tundra is a Shakespearean tragedy. Lacking only a poetic monologue, I calculate that your biological functions will begin to shut down in precisely 42 minutes. I, on the other hand, will simply freeze solid and become a rather striking, if slightly cynical, roadside attraction for the local wildlife." Ennie did not panic. She possesses a frustrating immunity to despair. She simply depressed the clutch, gently applied the brakes, and coaxed the shivering vehicle to the side of the icy road, throwing it into neutral and pulling the handbrake. 42 minutes is plenty of time," she declared, unbuckling her seatbelt and reaching into the narrow space behind the front seats. "I'll be right back." "Where, pray tell, are you going?" I asked, watching her pull a battered metal toolbox from the rear floorboard. "Are you stepping out to flag down a passing St. Bernard carrying a cask of brandy? Because I assure you, we are the only living things in a 100-mile radius." "I have to check the heater boxes underneath the engine," she explained, wrapping her scarf tightly around her lower face and grabbing a heavy rubber-coated flashlight. "Keep the engine running, Mr. Twain. If I turn it off, it might never start again." She pushed open her door, and a gale of wind, carrying ice crystals the size of rock salt, instantly invaded the cabin. She stepped out into the abyss, slamming the door behind her. I sat there in the gloom, listening to the frantic ticking of my own internal clocks, entirely convinced that my optimistic mechanic was about to be consumed by the elements. After a few moments, I heard the distinct sound of a body dropping into the snow, followed by a grunt, and then the muffled clink of metal striking metal beneath the rear of the car. Unable to simply sit and wait for the inevitable, I unlatched my door and forced my rigid brass limbs into the freezing night. The cold was an immediate physical assault. I trudged to the rear of the vehicle, the snow crunching loudly beneath my heavy copper feet. I peered underneath the glowing, rattling engine block. Ennie was lying flat on her back in the snow, the flashlight clenched firmly between her teeth, illuminating a rusted, disintegrating mess of sheet metal wrapped around the exhaust pipes. "Diagnosis?" I inquired loudly over the noise of the engine, my voice echoing off the surrounding pine trees. She spat out the flashlight, catching it with a greasy, gloved hand. "The heater boxes are completely rusted through. The metal simply gave way. All the warm air from the engine cooling fan is just blowing out into the atmosphere instead of being pushed into the cabin." "A magnificent design," I noted dryly, "and I presume the local hardware store is fresh out of replacement 1957 Volkswagen heater boxes this evening?" "We don't need replacement parts, Mr. Twain," she said, a terrifying glint of improvisational genius flashing in her eyes. "We just need to bypass the rusted parts and channel the heat directly. Hand me that silver tubing sticking out of my toolbox on the back seat, would you?" I trudged back to the open passenger door, reached into the freezing cabin, and retrieved a compressed, flexible length of corrugated aluminum dryer ducting. I recalled her purchasing it from a perplexed hardware store clerk in Fairbanks, citing a gut feeling she had about its potential utility. I handed it down to her under the car. "And the tin snips, please," she requested, her voice slightly muffled by the scarf. For the next 20 minutes, I stood watch in the freezing darkness, serving as a highly sophisticated steam-powered paperweight while Ennie performed open-heart surgery on the idling vehicle. Sparks flew into the snow as she used a chisel and hammer to entirely tear away the rotted remnants of the factory heater boxes. She then took the heavy-duty dryer ducting, sliced it cleanly with the tin snips, and began to forcefully mold the flexible aluminum directly around the cast-iron exhaust headers, securing it tightly with frantic wraps of baling wire. It was an affront to all established engineering principles. It was crude, it was dangerous, and it was undeniably brilliant. "All right," she shouted from beneath the chassis, her voice tight with exertion. "I've routed the ducting straight from the exhaust manifold directly into the main heating tube that runs through the frame to the front. Get in, Mr. Twain." I clambered back into the passenger seat, my joints screaming in protest, and pulled the door shut just as Ennie slid into the driver's seat, completely covered in snow and engine grease, shivering violently. She slammed the door, rubbed her hands together, and reached down to the heater control lever. "Moment of truth," she chattered, pulling the lever up. For a terrible silent second, nothing happened, and then a hurricane arrived. A blast of air erupted from the floorboard vents with the force of a tropical typhoon. It was not merely warm, it was scalding, blistering hot, possessing the temperature of a freshly stoked blacksmith's forge. The cabin temperature rocketed from sub-zero to suffocating in a matter of seconds. The thick layer of frost on the inside of the windows instantly flash-melted, running down the glass in heavy rivulets. Along with the heat came a profound, overpowering olfactory experience. The improvised heating system was effectively blowing air that had been directly resting on an ancient, oil-soaked, cast-iron exhaust pipe straight into our faces. The cabin instantly filled with the heavy, choking aroma of vaporized 30-weight motor oil, burning dust, and a faint, distinct hint of carbon monoxide. "Success!" Ennie cheered, shedding her heavy mittens and holding her freezing hands directly over the blazing vent. "It works! We have heat!" I coughed, my internal air filters struggling to process the sudden influx of noxious fumes. I cracked my window down an inch to allow the poisonous gas to escape, preferring a slight freezing draft to immediate asphyxiation. "Annie," I wheezed, adjusting my bowler hat and attempting to peer through the now violently fogged windshield. "You have indeed restored the heat. However, you have also successfully converted this vehicle into a mobile, motorized Dutch oven. We now face a thrilling choice. We can either roll the windows down and die of hypothermia, or roll them up and slowly perish from smoke inhalation. It is a genuine philosophical quandary." Annie just laughed, throwing the car into gear and pulling back onto the icy road. The little Beetle rattled forward into the endless darkness, the cabin a sweltering, oil-scented sauna. "Don't worry, Mr. Twain," she smiled, wiping a clear patch on the windshield with her sleeve. "It builds character. Besides, we're making excellent time. Next stop, the Canadian border." I settled back into my seat, calculating how many hours of inhaling vaporized grease it would take to permanently gum up my vacuum tubes. I took a deep draw from my mechanical cigar, adding my own steam to the chaotic atmosphere. The great Pan-American adventure was proceeding exactly as disastrously as I had anticipated, and we hadn't even left Alaska. Chapter 4. The Alcan Highway. The Alaska-Canadian Highway, affectionately and entirely inaccurately abbreviated by the locals as the Alcan, is less of a paved thoroughfare and more of an extended, gravel-lined exercise in vehicular sadism. Constructed in a blind, desperate panic by the United States military engineering battalions during the early days of the Second World War, it appears that the surveyors looked upon the most hostile, unyielding, and aggressively treacherous terrain on the North American continent and collectively decided, yes, let us carve a dirt path directly through the middle of that. In this purportedly modern year of 1968, some 26 years after its hasty, bulldozed conception, the road remains a brutal, unrelenting spine of jagged rock, bottomless frozen ruts, and corrugated washboards designed specifically to separate the chassis of a moving automobile from its suspension system. To call it a highway is a semantic crime. It is an endurance test for both flesh and metal, and currently both are losing. Inside the rattling confines of our sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle, the physical environment has undergone a radical, violent shift from a life-threatening Arctic ice box to a sweltering, claustrophobic, motorized sauna. Annie's improvised heating apparatus, a crude, unholy bypass constructed of corrugated aluminum dryer ducting and frayed baling wire forcefully mated to the rusting iron exhaust headers beneath the engine, is performing with a terrifying, unyielding efficiency. It is violently pumping air that has been intimately acquainted with burning 30-weight motor oil directly into our tiny, uninsulated cabin. We are currently hurtling down a frozen wilderness trail while simultaneously being slow-roasted in our own mechanical juices. The heat erupting from the floorboard vents is so intensely concentrated that the brass plating on my shins has become entirely too hot to the touch. I am forced to run my internal cooling fans at their maximum rotational velocity simply to prevent my delicate, steam-powered logic boards from melting into a puddle of expensive, highly intelligent slag. The cabin is thick with a heavy, asphyxiating aroma of vaporized grease, hot metal, and a faint, lingering note of carbon monoxide that would undoubtedly fell a lesser creature. Ennie, however, appears entirely untroubled by the fact that we are traveling inside a rolling convection oven. She has shed her heavy canvas winter coat, her thick woolen mittens, and her scarf. Tossing them carelessly into the narrow space behind the front seats, she sits behind the steering wheel in a grease-stained mechanic's jumpsuit, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, humming a cheerful, bouncy melody over the deafening clatter of the air-cooled engine behind us. Her youthful face, eternally untouched by the passing of years and permanently adorned with that singular, defining smudge of dark engine grease on her left cheek, is flushed pink from the oppressive heat. "Isn't this fantastic, Mr. Twain?" she shouts over the din, her hands dancing lightly over the thin rim of the steering wheel as she aggressively wrestles the lightweight vehicle out of a particularly deep, ice-slicked rut. "We're making incredible time. We must have covered at least 40 miles since lunch." 40 miles, I reply, my voice box grinding slightly as I adjust the acoustic projection to cut through the cacophony of the rattling dashboard. At this blistering pace, my internal chronometer estimates we shall cross the border into South America just in time to witness the next ice age. Assuming, of course, that our spines do not shatter into a fine, powdery dust before we reach the Yukon. "Oh, you're just being dramatic," she laughs, downshifting the manual transmission with a brutal crunch of non-synchronized gears as we begin to climb a steep, snow-packed incline. The Bug is handling the gravel beautifully. Her rear engine weight distribution gives us excellent traction on the ice. It's pure physics. "Physics," I counter, bracing my heavy copper arms against the dashboard as the entire vehicle catches a brief, terrifying moment of airborne suspension over a frost heave, is currently attempting to vibrate the very rivets out of my chassis. This road was not meant for automobiles, Ennie. It was meant for sure-footed pack mules, heavily armored tanks, and perhaps particularly resilient mountain goats. It is entirely unsuited for a lightweight, German tin can rolling on tires no wider than a dinner plate. We press onward, the afternoon sun a pale anemic disk hanging low in the southern sky, offering no warmth and precious little illumination. The landscape outside our violently vibrating, grease-fogged windows is a vast, unbroken ocean of towering snow-draped spruce and pine trees. It is a wilderness of such staggering, incomprehensible scale that it makes one feel entirely insignificant. A microscopic speck of metal and foolish optimism crawling across the face of an indifferent frozen giant. As the hours drag on, the rhythmic, bone-jarring bouncing becomes a form of mechanical hypnosis. My internal relays click and hum in time with the clattering engine, attempting to process the sheer monotony of the Alaskan interior. We pass no other vehicles. We see no signs of human habitation. There are no gas stations, no roadside diners, no billboards advertising the dubious comforts of modern civilization. There is only the road, the trees, and the oppressive, all-consuming cold, waiting patiently just inches beyond the thin steel of our doors. By the time my internal chronometer registers the early evening hours, the sun gives up its weak struggle entirely, dipping below the jagged tree line and plunging the world into a profound, suffocating darkness. Ennie pulls a heavy chrome-plated knob on the dashboard, activating our headlights. The twin beams of sickly yellow light punch feebly into the swirling gloom, illuminating a hypnotic tunnel of falling snow and dancing ice crystals. The darkness outside feels tangible, a heavy physical weight pressing against the glass. "We should probably start looking for a place to pull over for the night," Ennie remarks, her cheerful tone finally betraying a slight edge of fatigue. She rubs her eyes with the back of a greasy hand. Driving this gravel in the pitch black is asking for a broken axle. A rare moment of sensible caution, I observe, venting a long hissing plume of steam from my mechanical cigar. I was beginning to suspect you intended to drive continuously until we collided with the Panama Canal. However, unless you possess the ability to conjure a heated garage out of the ether, I suggest we keep the engine running when we stop. If this motor goes cold in this ambient temperature, it will seize solid, and we shall become permanent fixtures of the Alcan highway. I know, she says, slowing the Beetle's frantic pace as she scans the edge of the dense forest for a clearing. We'll leave her idling. The heater will keep us toasty. Toasty, I correct her, is what one does to a marshmallow. We are being smoked like a rack of ribs. My primary air filters are already deeply clogged with particulate matter. Before she can offer a suitably optimistic rebuttal, something catches the glass lenses of my visual sensors. It is subtle at first, a faint, ethereal shimmering high above the impenetrable silhouette of the pine trees. It is a pale, ghostly green light, thin and wispy, like a veil of illuminated silk blowing in an invisible high-altitude wind. I adjust my optical focus. My brass iris is clicking as they dilate to capture the maximum amount of light. "Ennie," I say softly, the mechanical grind of my voice dropping in pitch, "stop the car." She immediately hits the brakes, the lightweight rear end of the Beetle fishtailing slightly on the packed ice before shuddering to a complete halt in the middle of the desolate road. She looks over at me, alarm suddenly flashing in her wide eyes. What is it? Did we blow a tire? Is the oil pressure dropping? "Look up," I instruct her, pointing a heavy articulated copper finger toward the windshield. She leans forward over the steering wheel, wiping away the condensation on the inside of the glass with her sleeve, and peers upward into the night sky. The faint, ghostly green shimmer has intensified. It is no longer a subtle glow. It is a violent, magnificent explosion of color. Great ribbons of vibrant, luminescent green, slashed with brilliant, pulsing streaks of violet and crimson, are tearing across the black canvas of the stratosphere. The lights dance and weave, expanding and contracting with a fluid, silent grace, casting a surreal, otherworldly glow over the snow-covered landscape. It is the aurora borealis, putting on a display of such overwhelming celestial magnitude that it defies all logical comprehension. Ennie gasps, a sharp intake of breath that is entirely unfeigned. Without a word, she reaches down, kills the rattling engine, and shoves her door open, stepping out into the freezing, silent void. "Ennie, the engine!" I protest, though my voice lacks its usual cynical bite. I unlatch my own door and step out onto the frozen gravel, my heavy metal feet crunching loudly in the profound quiet of the wilderness. The sudden silence, devoid of the engine's frantic clatter, is almost deafening. The air is so cold it feels brittle, practically shattering against my heated brass plating. We stand side by side in the middle of the empty 1,000-mile road. Two tiny figures bathed in the shifting neon glow of the heavens. "My internal encyclopedic databases," I begin. my voice sounding impossibly small beneath the vast illuminated dome of the sky, inform me that this phenomenon is merely the result of highly charged solar particles colliding with the Earth's upper atmosphere, specifically the thermosphere, and reacting violently with oxygen and nitrogen molecules due to the planet's magnetic field. It is a simple, quantifiable transfer of kinetic energy into visible light. I pause, my glass eyes tracking a massive, shimmering curtain of deep purple as it unfolds directly overhead, rippling like a flag caught in a gale. However, I continue, the steam from my cigar rising in a straight white column toward the stars, I must confess that, upon direct observation, the scientific explanation feels entirely inadequate. It is a gross oversimplification of a profound cosmic poetry. Ennie doesn't look at me. She keeps her face turned squarely toward the sky, her hands tucked deep into the pockets of her jumpsuit, shivering slightly in the biting wind. But she is smiling, a soft, reverent smile that has nothing to do with internal combustion or mechanical ingenuity. "It's magic, Mr. Twain," she whispers, her breath pluming in the neon-lit air. "Just pure magic." For once, I do not correct her. I do not point out the fallacies of mystical thinking or the cold, hard realities of astrophysics. I simply stand there, a complex assembly of gears and wires built by human hands, entirely humbled by a universe that requires no blueprints, no baling wire, and no spare parts to create something of such devastating, breathtaking beauty. We watch the lights dance for what feels like an eternity, the cold slowly seeping through my brass plating and chilling my internal fluids, the great Pan-American adventure entirely forgotten in the face of the Alaskan sky. Chapter 5. Whitehorse Wonders. The penalty for profound celestial awe, I have discovered, is rapidly advancing frostbite. When Ennie had abruptly killed the Volkswagen's engine in the middle of the Yukon wilderness to admire the aurora borealis, I had warned her of the dire metallurgical consequences. I had explicitly outlined the chilling reality that a dormant piece of German machinery, when exposed to the absolute unyielding zero of an Arctic night, does not merely cool down. It undergoes a state of mechanical rigor mortis. Thus, after our brief, shivering communion with the cosmos, we returned to our sky-blue tin can to find it entirely unwilling to resume its duties. Ennie turned the ignition key, and the 6-volt starter motor did not whine so much as it wept. It let out a slow, agonizing groan, a pathetic that sounded like a dying walrus attempting to clear its throat. "She's just being a little stubborn," Ennie declared, her breath pluming in the freezing cabin as she frantically pumped the accelerator pedal. Her optimism, even in the face of absolute mechanical failure, remains a terrifying force of nature. "Come on, old girl, just a little spark." "She is not being stubborn, Ennie," I countered, my brass jaw practically chattering off its hinges as my internal boiler desperately tried to build steam. "She is dead. We have attended her funeral under the northern lights. I suggest you begin foraging for suitable burial rocks, as I am currently calculating how many of my own copper wires I can burn for warmth before I lose the ability to perform basic arithmetic." But Ennie merely adjusted her grease-stained scarf, muttered a string of colorful encouragements that would have made a seasoned sailor blush, and turned the key one final desperate time. The starter groaned, the chassis shuddered violently, and then, miraculously, the four-cylinder heart caught fire. It sputtered, coughed out a magnificent cloud of black soot, and settled into its familiar, deafening clatter. I immediately felt the scalding, oil-scented breeze of our improvised heating duct begin to blow against my shins. I have never been so profoundly grateful to inhale carbon monoxide in my entirely manufactured life. By late morning of the following day, the endless, brutalizing gravel of the Alcan highway finally yielded to a semblance of civilization. We rattled into Whitehorse, the capital of the Yukon Territory. It was a frontier town, desperately attempting to put on the airs of a modern city in 1968, a fascinating juxtaposition of neon signs cutting through the heavy snow and weather-beaten log cabins squatting next to concrete storefronts. The air smelled sharply of diesel exhaust, wood smoke, and the damp, metallic scent of the frozen Yukon River. We parked the sputtering Beetle in front of a sprawling, heavily timbered establishment that enthusiastically advertised hot meals, cold spirits, and a roaring fire. Ennie bounded out of the vehicle with her usual infuriating energy, while I meticulously unfolded my stiffened brass limbs and stepped onto the wooden boardwalk with a series of loud metallic clanks. The interior of the tavern was a dimly lit cavern of lacquered wood, populated by a scattering of individuals who looked as though they had been carved directly from the surrounding mountains. We took a seat near the massive stone fireplace. Ennie ordered a plate of something aggressively fried, while I requested a simple cup of boiling water to top off my primary steam reservoir. No sooner had we settled than we were approached by two figures who had been eyeing me from the end of the bar. They were prospectors of the old school, wearing heavy woolen coats, suspenders, and expressions of deep, permanent suspicion. They smelled of chewing tobacco and ancient dirt. "Don't tell me," the taller of the two rasped, his eyes narrowing as he took in my bowler hat and the glass lenses whirring in my eye sockets. "You're one of them new tax-collecting contraptions from Ottawa, ain't you? Government finally figured out a way to audit us without risking a human auditor getting shot." "I assure you, sir," I replied, adjusting my lapels and projecting my most aristocratic Missouri drawl, "if the Canadian government possessed the engineering prowess to construct me, your roads would not currently resemble the surface of a pulverized asteroid. I am Mark Twain, a marvel of independent, steam-powered literary intellect." The shorter prospector leaned in, tapping his thick finger against my copper forearm. It rang with a hollow tink. "He talks fancy, Silas, but look at all them gears. I bet he's a cheating machine for the card tables down in Skagway." "If I were designed for gambling," I sighed, venting a small, exasperated puff of steam from my mechanical cigar, "I would certainly not have bet my structural integrity on surviving a road trip with a wildly optimistic mechanic in a car entirely devoid of insulation." Ennie laughed, her grease-smudged cheek wrinkling in amusement around a mouthful of fries. "He's harmless, gentlemen. Mostly. We're just driving through, trying to make it all the way to South America in our Volkswagen." Silas stared at Ennie, then looked out the frosted window at our battered sky-blue Beetle, and then back to me. He slowly removed his cap, scratching a bald head. "South America, in a German bug, in October. Mister, I take back what I said about the government building you. Ain't no government in the world dumb enough to sanction a suicide mission like that." Having thoroughly established our absolute lack of common sense to the local populace, we eventually took our leave. But before we returned to the highway, Ennie insisted we visit the banks of the Yukon River to see the town's greatest monument. Sitting permanently dry-docked on the snowy banks was the SS Klondike. She was a magnificent, sprawling wooden leviathan, a retired sternwheeler that had once been the undisputed king of the Yukon River fleet. Now recognized as a National Historic Site, she sat silently in the snow, a colossal masterpiece of white-painted wood, heavy iron chains, and a massive stationary red paddle wheel at her stern. As I stood in the snow looking up at her towering smokestacks, a strange phantom sensation washed through my complex array of logic boards. The original Mark Twain, Mr. Samuel Clemens, had been a steamboat pilot on the Mississippi. The brilliant engineers who had programmed my personality matrix had woven those deep, fundamental memories of the river into my artificial consciousness. Looking at the Klondike, I felt an undeniable, almost melancholy kinship. We were both relics of steam, smoke, and brass, watching a world rapidly obsessed with jet engines and transistor radios leave us behind. "Would you look at the size of that boiler?" Ennie whispered, her eyes wide with absolute, unrestrained mechanical reverence. She had managed to bypass the modest chain fence and was currently pressing her face against the lower deck railing, staring hungrily into the ship's darkened engine room. Twin high-pressure steam engines. I bet she put out incredible torque when those pistons were firing. "She was a lady of the river," I murmured, my voice uncharacteristically soft, the mechanical grind smoothing out into a genuine programmed nostalgia. She did not merely travel, she commanded the water. She possessed a dignity that your little rattling tin bug will forever lack. "Hey now," Ennie protested, though she didn't look away from the massive steel linkage of the paddle wheel. "The bug has heart, but this is pure heavy metal poetry. Imagine keeping this beast running, greasing those massive bearings, maintaining the pressure in a boiler the size of a small house, listening to the rhythm of the steam. It requires a certain breed of romantic fool," I agreed, taking a long, slow draw from my cigar and exhaling a cloud of white vapor that mingled with the falling snow. "A mechanic who understands that a machine is not merely a tool, but a partner in a grand, albeit ultimately doomed endeavor against the elements." Ennie finally turned away from the ship and looked at me, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She patted her grease-stained pocket, where the outline of her favorite wrench was clearly visible. "Well, Mr. Twain," she said cheerfully, her boots crunching in the snow as she walked back toward our violently vibrating sky-blue reality, "I guess it's a good thing you've got a romantic fool for a chauffeur then. Come on. If we don't get moving, the oil in the bug's crankcase is going to turn to molasses." I took one last look at the SS Klondike, offering a silent mechanical salute from one steam-powered entity to another, before turning my heavy brass feet back toward the highway. The road to Tierra del Fuego was waiting, and I had a sudden, terrifying suspicion that we were actually going to try and finish it. Chapter 6. Muncho Lake. There is an invisible, entirely theoretical line drawn across the frozen wilderness that separates the Yukon Territory from the province of British Columbia. I am told by cartographers and various overly enthusiastic travel brochures that crossing this boundary signifies progress. however, to the undercarriage of a 1957 Volkswagen Beetle. Geopolitical borders are meaningless. The Alcan highway does not respect human geography. It remains a brutal, unrelenting ribbon of pulverized rock and corrugated ice, entirely dedicated to the singular goal of vibrating the fillings out of one's teeth. We had been driving for 2 days since our departure from Whitehorse, plunging deeper into the unforgiving embrace of the northern Rockies. The transition from the Yukon into British Columbia was heralded not by a welcoming committee, but by a sudden, terrifying steepening of the road grades and a corresponding increase in the sheer dizzying drops positioned inches from our narrow, balding tires. Inside the cabin of our sky blue conveyance, the atmosphere had stabilized into a state of permanent, sweltering toxicity. Ennie's improvised heating bypass, that unholy marriage of flexible aluminum dryer ducting and rusted exhaust headers, continued to function with the terrifying efficiency of a blast furnace. The air violently erupting from the floorboard vents was a scalding typhoon, rich with a heavy, asphyxiating perfume of vaporized 30-weight motor oil, burning road dust, and a generous helping of carbon monoxide. I sat rigidly in the passenger seat, my internal cooling fans whining at their maximum rotational velocity, just to keep my delicate logic boards from melting into a puddle of highly intelligent copper slag. The brass plating on my shins was entirely too hot to touch. I was forced to continuously vent small, pressurized hisses of excess steam from my mechanical cigar simply to prevent my chest cavity from exploding under the thermal stress. "Annie," I rasped, my vocal gears grinding dryly in the desiccated, oil-soaked air, "I am beginning to suspect that we are not actually driving to South America. I believe we have inadvertently perished somewhere near Dawson Creek, and this is the first circle of a very specific, automotive-themed purgatory." Ennie, per usual, was entirely immune to my suffering. She sat behind the thin rim of the steering wheel in her grease-stained mechanic's jumpsuit, the sleeves rolled up past her elbows, a sheen of perspiration highlighting the permanent smudge of dark grease on her cheek. She was tapping her thumbs against the wheel in time with the deafening clatter of the air-cooled engine behind us, looking entirely too cheerful for a woman currently braving a motorized sauna. "Oh, hush now, Mr. Twain," she laughed, her bright voice cutting through the rattling of the thin glass windows. "We are making spectacular time. The bug loves this cold, dense air for combustion, even if the road is a little bumpy. And look at the scenery. You can't tell me this isn't the most beautiful place on earth." I wiped a layer of oily condensation from my glass optical lenses with a stiff brass finger and peered out the window. I am programmed with a deep, fundamental skepticism regarding the intentions of nature, but even my cynical logic circuits were forced to pause and process the sheer, staggering majesty unfolding before us. We had descended into a massive glacial valley, flanked on both sides by the towering, jagged teeth of the Terminal Range. And there, sprawling out alongside the treacherous gravel road, lay Muncho Lake. It did not look like water. It looked as though a deity of immense wealth and questionable taste had decided to pave a valley floor with thousands of acres of polished jade. The water was a brilliant, unnatural, piercing emerald green, a phenomenon my internal encyclopedias attributed to copper oxide leaching from the surrounding bedrock. But what was truly unsettling was the absolute mirror-like stillness of the surface. There was not a single ripple, not a breath of wind to disturb the illusion. The towering snow-capped peaks and the dark green spruces were reflected in the water with such perfect crystalline clarity that it briefly scrambled my gyroscopic sensors, making it entirely impossible to determine where the mountains ended and the lake began. "It is adequate," I conceded grudgingly, exhaling a long plume of white steam that plumed against the windshield. "It possesses a certain terrifying symmetry, though I suspect it is merely a visual trap designed to lull exhausted travelers into driving straight off the embankment and sinking to the bottom of a freezing copper-infused abyss." "You have a very grim imagination for a machine." Ennie smiled, taking her foot off the accelerator and allowing the vehicle to coast along the gravel shoulder so we could better appreciate the view. The rattling of the engine subsided into a rhythmic, puttering idle. The sudden drop in decibels felt like a physical weight being lifted from my auditory sensors. We rolled slowly alongside the glassy expanse, the only sound the crunch of our narrow tires on the frost-heaved gravel. It was a rare moment of tranquility on a journey defined by noise and violent vibration. I actually allowed my internal mainspring to relax by a fraction of a millimeter. Naturally, this was a catastrophic mistake. Without warning, Ennie slammed her heavy work boot down on the brake pedal. The lightweight rear end of the Volkswagen violently fish-tailed to the left, the tires locking up and skidding across the icy gravel with a horrific, screeching crunch. I braced my heavy copper arms against the metal dashboard, my internal gyroscope spinning wildly as the vehicle shuddered to a violent diagonal halt, mere feet from the edge of the embankment. A cloud of frozen dust washed over the hood, settling onto the windshield. "Ennie!" I barked, my voice box projecting at maximum volume, my heart relays clicking in a frantic, panicked rhythm. "What in the name of rudimentary physics possessed you to attempt an emergency stop on a frictionless surface? Have you tired of the scenery and decided to test the buoyancy of German steel?" Ennie did not answer. She was staring straight ahead through the dusty windshield, her jaw slightly slack, her hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly her knuckles were white. I adjusted my optical focus and followed her gaze. Standing in the exact center of the Alcan highway, entirely blocking our path, was a creature that I can only describe as a walking geological feature. It was a bull moose of such staggering, incomprehensible proportions that my initial logical assessment categorized it as an elaborate, prehistoric hallucination brought on by carbon monoxide poisoning. It was easily 7 feet tall at the shoulder, possessing a hulking, muscular mass, covered in dark, coarse hair that looked thick enough to deflect small arms fire. Its legs were absurdly long and spindly, like the stilts of a water tower, supporting a barrel-chested torso that seemed entirely too massive for gravity to permit. But it was the head that truly defied reason. Mounted upon its enormous bulbous skull was a rack of palmate antlers, so impossibly wide and heavy they looked like a pair of discarded satellite dishes. It was currently chewing on a miserable, leafless willow branch, staring down at our sky-blue beetle with an expression of profound, unbothered contempt. To put the situation into mathematical perspective, our 1957 Volkswagen Beetle weighed roughly 1,600 pounds, possessed 40 horsepower, and was constructed of sheet metal no thicker than a soup can. The creature standing before us likely weighed 1,500 pounds, possessed the raw, muscular power of a freight train, and was constructed of solid bone, muscle, and territorial rage. "Mr. Twain," Ennie whispered, her voice devoid of its usual bounce, replaced entirely by a hushed, reverent awe. "Look at the absolute size of him." "I am observing him, Ennie," I replied, my voice dropping to a harsh mechanical whisper, terrified that a sudden noise might provoke the beast into demonstrating its destructive capabilities. "My internal threat assessment algorithms are currently flashing a bright, blinding crimson. If that creature decides to charge, it will not merely dent our vehicle. It will step directly through the windshield, trample us into a fine paste, and continue on its way without breaking its stride. We are entirely at the mercy of a giant, hoofed simpleton." The moose snorted, a massive cloud of hot, white vapor erupting from its flared nostrils into the freezing air. It took one slow, deliberate step forward, its massive hooves clicking heavily on the frozen gravel. The sheer bulk of the animal cast a long, dark shadow over the hood of our car. "Should I honk the horn?" Ennie asked, her hand hovering nervously over the center of the steering wheel. "Maybe it will scare him off." "Ennie," I said slowly, attempting to keep my vocal gears from violently vibrating with anxiety, "the horn on this vehicle does not sound like a warning. It sounds like a startled duckling being stepped on. If you deploy that pathetic meep, you will not frighten the beast. You will merely insult its dignity, and it will respond by dismantling us. Keep your hands where I can see them, and do not make a sound." We sat in absolute, terrifying silence. The air-cooled engine puttered quietly behind us. The improvised heater continued to blast scalding, oily air against my legs, but I hardly noticed the heat. My entire processing power was focused on the massive, dark eyes of the Leviathan staring through our windshield. For 2 agonizing minutes, the standoff continued. The moose chewed its branch, surveying us with the arrogant superiority of a creature that knows it has no natural predators, save for perhaps a rogue logging truck. It seemed to be calculating whether our sky-blue tin can was worth the effort of destroying. Finally, with a slow, dismissive toss of its massive, antlered head, the beast decided we were beneath its notice. It turned its colossal bulk, a movement that seemed to take an impossible amount of time, and lumbered slowly off the gravel road. It descended the steep embankment toward the glassy, jade-green waters of Muncho Lake, its massive legs navigating the treacherous rocks with a surprising fluid grace. We watched in silence until it disappeared into the thick stand of spruce trees near the water's edge, swallowed completely by the wilderness. Ennie let out a long, shaky breath, her shoulders slumping as the adrenaline left her system. She wiped her forehead with the back of her grease-stained sleeve, smearing the smudge across her brow. "Well," she said, her voice trembling slightly before a wide, brilliant smile slowly broke across her face. That was magnificent. Did you see the size of those antlers? They must have been 6 feet across. The suspension on those legs to carry that kind of weight, it's an engineering marvel." I closed my glass eyes, taking a long, deep, highly pressurized drag from my mechanical cigar. I exhaled a massive cloud of steam that completely filled the cabin, obscuring Ennie, the steering wheel, and the terrifying expanse of the Alcan highway. "Ennie," I stated flatly, my relays clicking back into their normal cynical rhythm, "you and I have vastly different definitions of the word marvel. Put this steel death trap into gear and drive. I wish to put as much distance between myself and that prehistoric land monstrosity as geographically possible before it decides it wants a sky-blue Volkswagen for a chew toy. Annie laughed, a bright, joyous sound that chased the last of the fear from the cabin. She wrestled the gear shift into first, and with a familiar deafening clatter, we resumed our painfully slow, violently vibrating crawl toward the horizon, leaving the glassy silence of Muncho Lake behind us. Chapter 7. Carburetor Ice. There is a particular kind of cold that exists only in the high Canadian Rockies. It is not the bracing, invigorating chill that rosy-cheeked poets write about, nor is it the aggressive, windy assault of the Alaskan tundra we had recently escaped. This cold is insidious. It is a quiet, heavy atmospheric presence that seeps into the very molecular structure of the world. It does not blow. It settles. And as we climbed higher into the jagged granite teeth of the mountains, it began to settle deeply into the mechanical soul of our 1957 Volkswagen Beetle. The Alcan highway had mercifully transitioned from a continuous, brutal washboard of pulverized rock into a narrow, winding ribbon of relatively smooth, albeit treacherous, blacktop. We were currently ascending a grade that would have given a mountain goat pause, entirely surrounded by towering, snow-smothered pines that looked like an army of frozen sentinels guarding the pass. Inside our violently vibrating sky-blue convection oven, the atmosphere was a complex microclimate of its own making. Annie's improvised heating bypass, that unholy marriage of flexible aluminum dryer ducting and rusted exhaust headers, continued to forcefully pump air that had been intimately acquainted with hot iron and burning 30-weight motor oil directly onto my brass shins. The cabin was a sweltering, toxic sauna, smelling heavily of vaporized grease, hot metal, and the faint, lingering note of carbon monoxide. Yet, despite the oppressive heat erupting from the floorboard vents, my internal thermometers registered a sharp, alarming drop in the ambient temperature immediately outside the thin, uninsulated glass of my passenger window. We were driving into a pocket of supercooled mountain air, thick with moisture from a recent snowfall. I sat rigidly, my internal cooling fans whining at their maximum rotational velocity to prevent my delicate steam-powered logic boards from melting, while simultaneously venting small pressurized hisses of excess steam from my mechanical cigar. The brass plating on my exterior was confusingly caught between blistering heat below the knees and a creeping metallic chill above the shoulders. "Annie," I observed, my voice box grinding slightly as I adjusted the acoustic projection to cut through the deafening clatter of the air-cooled engine behind us. "I am currently experiencing a localized thermal contradiction. My lower extremities are slowly roasting, while my cranial sensors are detecting a temperature that strongly suggests the impending heat death of the universe. This vehicle is a triumph of localized discomfort." Annie, her face flushed pink from the scalding heat, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, and that permanent, defining smudge of dark grease stark against her cheek, merely flashed me a brilliant, entirely unfazed smile. She had both hands gripped tightly on the thin rim of the steering wheel, aggressively wrestling the lightweight vehicle around a sharp, icy switchback. "Oh, stop complaining, Mr. Twain," she shouted over the din, her voice entirely too cheerful for a woman currently braving a motorized death trap. "The bug is running like a Swiss watch. Listen to that little engine hum. She loves the dense, cold air up here, It makes for excellent combustion." "Combustion?" I countered, bracing my heavy copper arms against the painted metal dashboard as we caught a brief, terrifying moment of airborne suspension over a frost heave, "is a process that requires a delicate balance of fuel, spark, and air. A balance that I fear is about to be violently upset by the laws of thermodynamics." Before she could offer a suitably optimistic rebuttal, the steady, frantic clatter of the four-cylinder engine behind us suddenly faltered. It was not a violent explosion or a sudden catastrophic snap of a fan belt. It was a subtle, wet cough. The engine lost its rhythm for a split second, shuddered, and then resumed its frantic pace. "What was that?" Ennie asked, her smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a sharp, focused intensity. She immediately took her foot off the accelerator, her head tilting slightly to the side as she listened to the mechanical heartbeat of the vehicle. "That," I declared, my internal diagnostic algorithms whirring as I analyzed the acoustic signature of the misfire, "was the sound of German engineering encountering a physical reality it is entirely unequipped to handle. I believe the engine is experiencing respiratory distress." The Beetle coughed again, a deeper, wet chuff that sent a violent shudder through the entire chassis. The needle on the speedometer immediately dropped from 30 to 20 miles per hour. Ennie slammed the clutch pedal down and aggressively downshifted into second gear, attempting to force the engine revolutions higher to keep the motor alive. The engine roared in protest, a frantic, desperate scream, but it was losing the battle. It sputtered, popped loudly, and then, with a final, pathetic wheeze, simply died. The silence that rushed into the cabin was absolute and terrifying. Without the engine driving the cooling fan, the scalding blast of oily heat from the floorboard vents instantly ceased. The only sound was the crunch of our narrow tires on the icy asphalt as we lost all forward momentum. "No, no, no," Ennie muttered, frantically pumping the accelerator pedal and twisting the ignition key. The 6-volt starter motor whined, a high-pitched, desperate plea for mercy, but the engine refused to catch fire. It was completely, utterly dead. She quickly manhandled the stiff steering wheel, using our remaining momentum to coax the heavy, lifeless vehicle off the road and onto a narrow, snow-covered turnout. We shuddered to a halt, mere feet from a sheer, dizzying drop into a granite gorge. Ennie ripped off her seatbelt, threw open her door, and stepped out into the biting cold before I had even registered the finality of our situation. "Stay here, Mr. Twain," she ordered, her voice devoid of its usual bounce, popping the lever for the rear engine deck lid. "Keep the cabin sealed." I ignored her, unlatching my door and forcing my heavy, stiffened brass limbs out into the freezing mountain air. The cold hit my heated copper plating like a physical blow, instantly condensing the steam escaping from my cigar into a thick white cloud that hung heavily around my bowler hat. I trudged to the rear of the vehicle, my footsteps crunching loudly on the packed snow, my internal relays clicking anxiously. Ennie was standing before the open engine compartment, a heavy, rubber-coated flashlight illuminating the chaotic tangle of spark plug wires, the generator, and the small central carburetor perched atop the intake manifold. She wasn't holding a wrench. She wasn't holding a screwdriver. She was simply staring at the carburetor, her shoulders slumped in defeat. I leaned my heavy brass head over her shoulder, my glass eyes adjusting to the dim light, and peered into the engine bay. The carburetor, the delicate mechanical throat responsible for mixing air and fuel before feeding it into the engine, was completely encased in a solid block of thick white ice. It looked as though a glacier had miraculously formed exclusively around that single component, suffocating it entirely. The throttle linkage was frozen solid, encased in a hard shell of rime. "Diagnosis?" I inquired, my voice box projecting a crisp, unamused baritone over the howling mountain wind. Ennie sighed, a plume of white breath escaping her lips. "Carburetor ice. The air up here is so cold, and there's so much moisture in it, that when it gets sucked into the narrow venturi of the carburetor, the sudden drop in pressure causes the temperature to plummet even further. The moisture instantly freezes on contact with the metal. The ice built up until it completely choked off the air supply. The engine simply suffocated." "Fascinating," I noted dryly, observing the icy tomb of our propulsion system. A vehicle specifically designed with an air-cooled engine that has entirely failed because the air is too cold. The irony is so thick you could carve it and serve it as a main course. I assume we simply wait for spring to thaw it out. "We don't have until spring," Ennie said, her eyes flashing with a sudden, desperate energy. "If we sit here, the oil in the crankcase will freeze solid, and we'll never get her started again. We have to thaw that carburetor right now, and we have to rig up a way to keep it warm." She turned and began frantically rummaging through the chaotic jumble of tools, spare parts, and assorted junk in her battered metal toolbox resting on the snow. "Thaw it with what, exactly?" I asked, watching her pull a rusted coffee tin, a coil of thick copper wire, and a pair of heavy pliers from the depths of the box. "Shall I attempt to breathe fire upon it? My internal boiler is capable of producing significant heat, though I lack the biological anatomy to direct it effectively." "No time for jokes, Mr. Twain," she said, her voice tight with focus. She pulled a filthy rag from her pocket, wiped a patch of snow off the rear bumper, and placed the coffee tin down. "I need you to vent as much raw steam as you safely can directly onto that block of ice. Melt it fast, but don't crack the metal casing of the carburetor." I stepped closer to the engine bay, adjusting the pressure valves on my internal boiler. I leaned forward, aiming the thick brass nozzle of my mechanical cigar directly at the frozen carburetor. I opened the release valve, and a violent, hissing jet of scalding pressurized steam erupted from my face, washing over the ice. The effect was instantaneous. The ice hissed and popped, quickly dissolving into a stream of dirty water that ran down the intake manifold and pooled on the frozen engine block. Within 60 seconds, the intricate metal linkages and brass screws of the carburetor were visible once again, dripping wet but entirely free of ice. "Perfect," Ennie said, quickly wiping the excess water away with a rag. "Now for the hard part. We have to keep it from freezing again the minute we start driving." I watched in silent, terrified fascination as the young mechanic began to rapidly disassemble our environment. She took the rusted coffee tin and, using a pair of heavy tin snips, aggressively cut the bottom out, turning it into a hollow metal cylinder. She then took the heavy pliers and bent the jagged edges inward to prevent them from slicing through any wires. "What precisely," I inquired, taking a step back as sparks flew from the tin snips, "is the engineering principle behind mutilating a coffee tin on the side of a frozen mountain?" Preheating, she grunted, forcing the tin cylinder directly over the bare metal exhaust pipe that ran just beneath the engine compartment. She wrestled it into place, securing it tightly with frantic, brutal wraps of thick copper wire. The tin sat there, a crude metal jacket directly hugging the hottest part of the exhaust system. She then grabbed the remaining length of flexible aluminum dryer ducting, the same material she had used to construct our toxic cabin heater, and jammed one end roughly onto the open top of the coffee tin. "Hold this," she instructed, shoving the other end of the ducting into my heavy brass hand. She leaned deep into the engine bay, her face inches from the fan belt, and grabbed the black rubber intake hose that normally sucked freezing outside air directly into the air cleaner on top of the carburetor. With a violent tug, she yanked the hose off its mounting, leaving the intake completely exposed. "Give me the ducting," she demanded, reaching out a grease-stained hand. I handed her the flexible aluminum tube. She grabbed it, twisted it violently, and jammed the open end directly into the air cleaner intake, securing it with a massive hose clamp she pulled from her pocket. The sheer audacity of the repair momentarily short-circuited my logical processors. "Ennie," I said slowly, attempting to comprehend the monstrous contrivance she had just birthed, "if I am analyzing this correctly, you have just routed a pipe from a rusty coffee tin wrapped around our exhaust pipe, directly into the engine's air intake." "Exactly," she beamed, slamming the rear deck lid shut with a triumphant echoing clang. She rubbed her freezing hands together, smearing oil across her knuckles. "The engine will no longer suck in freezing supercooled outside air. It will suck in air that has been preheated by the exhaust pipe inside that tin can. Warm air going into the carburetor means no sudden temperature drop, which means no ice. It's a closed-loop preheater." "It is a fire hazard constructed of garbage," I corrected her, shaking my heavy brass head in disbelief. "You are intentionally feeding hot, potentially exhaust-tainted air directly into the combustion chamber. It is brilliant, completely unhinged, and I give it roughly 10 miles before the entire vehicle detonates in a spectacular fireball." 10 miles is all we need to get off this pass, Mr. Twain," she laughed, her unkillable optimism returning in full force as she practically skipped back to the driver's side door. "Get in, before my toes freeze solid." I clambered back into the passenger seat, my stiffened joints screaming in protest, and pulled the door shut just as Ennie slid behind the wheel. She slammed her door, pumped the gas pedal twice, and turned the key. The starter whined, the engine coughed once, twice, and then, with a deafening, triumphant roar, roared back to life. The frantic, rattling clatter filled the cabin once more, accompanied instantly by the scalding, oil-scented blast of our cabin heater. Ennie threw the car into gear, and we pulled back onto the icy, treacherous ribbon of the Alcan highway. The Beetle surged forward, the engine singing a smooth, uninterrupted, and violently noisy melody. I sat back, my internal relays clicking anxiously, waiting for the inevitable explosion of our coffee tin preheater. I took a long, deep draw from my mechanical cigar, filling the toxic cabin with an extra layer of steam. "You know, Ennie," I mused, the mechanical grind of my voice cutting through the din, "I am beginning to realize that our survival on this continent does not depend on German engineering, structural integrity, or rational thought. It depends entirely on your terrifying ability to fix a machine using nothing but sheer willpower and discarded kitchenware. Ennie just smiled, her eyes focused on the winding road ahead, tapping her thumbs on the steering wheel. "Just wait until we get to the jungle, Mr. Twain. Then things get really interesting." I groaned, a sound that translated into a loud metallic grinding of my vocal gears, and prepared myself for the end of the road. Chapter 8. Mile Zero. There is a specific, highly documented physical phenomenon that occurs when a solid object is subjected to days of uninterrupted violent vibration. The structural integrity of the object begins to subtly fail. Molecular bonds weaken, screws slowly unthread themselves from their moorings, and the entity simply accepts its impending disintegration as a fact of existence. For the past 1,500 miles, I had resigned myself to the mathematical certainty that I would arrive in South America not as a fully functional mechanical marvel, but as a loose collection of highly intelligent brass spare parts rolling around the floorboards of a German tin can. And then, with the sudden, jarring finality of a gavel striking wood, the vibration ceased. It was not a gradual tapering off. It was an instantaneous, shocking transition. The deafening, teeth-rattling roar of pulverized rock violently assaulting the undercarriage of our 1957 Volkswagen Beetle vanished. The chassis stopped shuddering. My internal gyroscopes, which had been spinning in a state of continuous frantic panic since we left Fairbanks, suddenly hummed down to a gentle, stabilizing purr. I blinked my glass lens eyes, my mechanical wipers doing a quick sweep to clear the oily condensation, and looked out the windshield. Beneath our narrow, long-suffering tires lay a smooth, uninterrupted ribbon of dark, glorious asphalt. It was not corrugated. It was not potholed. It was not actively attempting to cast us into a glacial ravine. It was merely a road. "Pavement," I whispered, the word feeling entirely foreign upon my copper tongue. "Ennie, check my optical sensors. I believe the sustained trauma has finally induced a systemic hallucination. I am seeing civilization." Ennie let out a whoop of pure, unadulterated joy that nearly shattered the driver's side window. She slapped both of her grease-stained hands against the thin steering wheel, bouncing in her seat as the little sky-blue bug hummed smoothly along the highway. "It's real, Mr. Twain," she cheered, her face glowing in the scalding heat provided by our heavily modified dryer duct heating system. "We made it. We actually survived the Alcan highway. Listen to how quiet she is." "Quiet," I observed, adjusting my internal acoustic dampeners, "is a highly relative term. We are still trapped inside a sweltering motorized sauna, being propelled forward by an engine that sounds like a sewing machine tumbling down a flight of wooden stairs while simultaneously inhaling the exhaust fumes of a mutilated coffee tin. However, I will concede that the absence of imminent spinal fracture is a refreshing change of pace. The landscape outside our violently fogged windows had indeed transformed. The claustrophobic, towering armies of snow-smothered spruce trees and jagged, imposing granite peaks of the northern Rockies had gradually given way to the sweeping, rolling plains of the Peace River country. It was an expanse of agricultural flatland, presently blanketed in a crisp layer of white snow that stretched out under a pale, wide-open sky. More importantly, the markers of human habitation were increasing with delightful frequency. We passed actual painted billboards advertising motor lodges and diners. We saw power lines stringing along the roadside like the connective tissue of the 20th century. We even passed another automobile, a massive wood-paneled station wagon moving in the opposite direction, whose driver stared at us with an expression caught halfway between confusion and profound pity. By mid-morning, the sprawling agricultural fields coalesced into the orderly, gridded streets of Dawson Creek, British Columbia. It was a bustling, practical town, built on timber, farming, and the unending stream of wearied travelers who had either just conquered the great northern wilderness or were foolishly preparing to attempt it. Ennie navigated the Beetle through the streets, her eyes scanning the intersections with a determined focus. The car's engine puttered along happily, completely oblivious to the fact that its carburetor was currently breathing through a discarded kitchen container wrapped in copper wire. The unkillable German contraption simply accepted the absurdity of its existence and kept moving. "There it is," Ennie announced suddenly, downshifting and pulling the vehicle into the center of a wide intersection. She coaxed the bug toward a small concrete traffic island situated directly in the middle of the road. Standing upon this island was a tall, white-painted wooden post. Affixed to the post was a simple, iconic sign pointing northward. It read, in bold, undeniable lettering, Alaska Highway, Mile 0. Ennie brought the car to a halt, killed the ignition, and engaged the handbrake with a satisfying ratcheting click. The sudden silence in the cabin was heavy, broken only by the ticking of the cooling engine block behind us and the rhythmic, comforting whir of my internal vacuum tubes. "Mile 0?" Ennie breathed, her voice filled with a reverence usually reserved for grand cathedrals. She sat back in her seat, wiping a lock of hair from her forehead, smearing her trademark grease smudge slightly higher toward her temple. The absolute beginning, or in our case, the absolute end. An intriguing philosophical paradox, I noted, unlatching my door and forcing my stiffened, superheated brass limbs out into the crisp, clean Canadian air. The temperature was still decidedly freezing, but compared to the brutal, wind-scoured hostility of the Yukon, it felt like a balmy spring afternoon. I stepped onto the asphalt, my heavy metallic footsteps sounding solid and secure, devoid of the crunching gravel that had plagued my every movement for weeks. Ennie hopped out of the driver's side, practically skipping over to the monument. She stood before the wooden post, looking up at the sign with her hands planted firmly on her hips. She looked exhausted, disheveled, entirely covered in a fine layer of road dust and motor oil, and happier than I had ever seen her. "We drove the whole thing," she said, her voice tight with emotion. She reached out and patted the white-painted wood of the post. 1,523 miles of the worst road in the world. And the bug didn't just survive it, she conquered it. "With a few notable exceptions," I corrected her gently, stepping up beside her and releasing a long celebratory plume of white steam from my mechanical cigar. I recall a moment involving a frozen carburetor and a terrified mechanical man, to say nothing of the incident with the giant antlered land monstrosity. However, I will concede that your improvisational engineering and this vehicle's baffling refusal to die have proven to be a formidable combination." Ennie laughed, turning to lean against the post. She looked back at our battered sky-blue conveyance, sitting quietly in the road. It looked absurdly small against the backdrop of the town, a tiny, dirt-streaked beetle that had somehow crawled through the frozen jaws of the earth and lived to tell the tale. "So," she said, a mischievous spark igniting in her bright eyes. "What do you think, Mr. Twain? Should we find a telegraph office and wire the Smithsonian? Tell them to prepare an exhibit for the greatest road trip in history?" I adjusted my bowler hat, the brass hinges of my arms clicking softly. I looked at the sign, then looked at Ennie, and allowed my internal processors to engage in a rapid, sobering mathematical calculation. "My dear Ennie," I began, pitching my Missouri drawl to its most cynical, pedantic frequency, "while I applaud your enthusiasm and acknowledge the monumental nature of surviving the Alcan, I feel compelled to point out a minor flaw in your geographic perception. This sign indicates that we are at mile 0 of the Alaska Highway. It is indeed the end of that specific, miserable road." "Right," she nodded, her smile unwavering. "However," I continued, gesturing vaguely southward with a heavy copper hand, "we are currently attempting to navigate the Pan-American Highway, a route that extends to the southernmost tip of Argentina. According to my internal cartographic databases, Dawson Creek, British Columbia, is situated roughly 12,500 miles away from our final destination." Ennie blinked. "Therefore," I concluded, exhaling another cloud of steam, "we have not conquered the journey. We have merely finished the prologue. We are currently celebrating the fact that we have survived the first 10% of our trip, with the remaining 90% promising jungles, deserts, staggering altitudes, and a completely unnavigable swamp known as the Darien Gap, which I am reasonably certain will require us to transform this automobile into a submarine." Ennie stared at me for a long, silent moment. The crisp wind rustled the collar of her grease-stained jumpsuit. For a split second, I calculated a high probability that the sheer crushing reality of the numbers would finally break her unyielding optimism. I prepared a comforting, albeit slightly condescending mechanical platitude to offer her. Instead, she burst into a bright, ringing peal of laughter. 12,000 miles! She grinned, pushing herself off the wooden post and marching back toward the resting Volkswagen. "That means we have 12,000 miles of new roads, new towns, and new problems to solve. We'd better get moving, Mr. Twain. We're burning daylight, and I want to see the Canadian Rockies before the sun goes down." I stood by the mile 0 sign, watching my optimistic mechanic slide back into the driver's seat of our rolling, heavily modified convection oven. I shook my head, my internal gears grinding in a mixture of profound exasperation and grudging admiration. "You cannot defeat a woman who views an impending disaster as an extended vacation," I muttered to the empty road. I turned, my brass joints clanking in a steady rhythm, and walked back to the passenger door. The great Pan-American adventure was barely underway, and the truly impossible geography still lay ahead. But as I settled into my scalding seat and listened to the engine roar back to life, I realized that, mathematically speaking, there was no one else on earth I would rather be doomed with. Chapter 9. Banff National Park. The transition from the rolling agricultural plains of Dawson Creek back into the jagged, unyielding maw of the Canadian Rockies was not a gentle slope, but a dramatic, geological curtain rise. For days, the sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle hummed its frantic, air-cooled melody down the seemingly endless stretches of paved highway. Our journey south, a blur of dark asphalt and dense pine-choked valleys. Inside our violently vibrating conveyance, the climate remained a staggering testament to Ennie's terrifying mechanical ingenuity. Our improvised cabin heater, a crude bypass forcefully pumping air off the searing exhaust headers, continued to bake my brass shins while marinating my delicate internal components in the heavy, unmistakable perfume of vaporized 30-weight motor oil. I had long since ceased running my cooling fans at full capacity, having accepted that my existence was now permanently tied to the thermal output of a German tin can. I merely sat in the passenger seat, venting rhythmic, resigned puffs of steam from my mechanical cigar, watching the world blur past my glass lens eyes. As we crossed the invisible boundary into Banff National Park, the sheer scale of the landscape abruptly shifted from merely impressive to actively intimidating. The mountains here did not merely rise, they erupted, colossal, jagged monoliths of ancient limestone and shale tore through the earth's crust, their peaks shrouded in perpetual glaciers and swirling, aggressive clouds. They loomed over the narrow ribbon of highway like petrified titans, completely indifferent to the microscopic sky-blue insect rattling frantically at their feet. "Look at the striations in the rock face, Mr. Twain!" Ennie shouted over the deafening clatter of the engine, her grease-smudged cheek pressing close to the freezing glass of her window. Her unyielding optimism seemed only to magnify in the presence of overwhelming geology. "You can see millions of years of tectonic pressure right there. It's like reading the rings of a tree, but on a planetary scale." "I am observing the geology, Ennie," I replied, my voice box grinding slightly as I adjusted my acoustic projection to be heard over the engine. "My primary deduction is that humanity's decision to pave a road through the middle of it is a monument to our collective arrogance. These mountains are not a scenic backdrop. They are a geological threat, actively waiting for gravity to do its inevitable work. I calculate a 30% probability that we are crushed by falling shale before we reach the town limits." "Oh, you worry too much," she laughed, effortlessly downshifting as the road began a steep, winding ascent. "The bug is nimble. We can dodge a little falling rock." Nimble is a subjective term. The Volkswagen did not climb the mountain passes so much as it stubbornly refused to roll backward. Our forward momentum was a triumph of sheer mechanical willpower over the undeniable laws of physics. By late afternoon, the sun had dipped behind the colossal silhouette of Mount Rundle, casting the plunging valleys into a deep, freezing twilight. The air grew thin and painfully crisp. We were navigating a particularly treacherous series of switchbacks near Lake Louise when my optical sensors detected an anomaly on the shoulder of the road ahead. It was a vehicle, though categorizing it as such required a generous interpretation of automotive design. It was a Volkswagen Type 2 microbus, roughly a decade older than our own conveyance. However, its original paint had been entirely eradicated, replaced by a chaotic, aggressively vibrant mural of blooming lotuses, swirling peace signs, and what appeared to be a very poorly rendered acoustic guitar. It was parked at a sharp angle on the gravel pullout, its rear engine hatch gaping open like the jaws of a brightly colored stranded whale. Huddled around the exposed engine compartment were 4 individuals who appeared to be in a state of profound, life-threatening denial regarding the local climate. They were dressed in a spectacular array of fringed suede vests, thin cotton bell-bottoms, and woven ponchos that offered all the thermal protection of wet tissue paper. Naturally, Ennie immediately slammed on the brakes. The Beetle fish-tailed slightly on a patch of black ice before coming to a shuddering halt directly behind the stricken microbus. Before I could calculate the odds of being drafted into a roadside repair commune, Ennie had already killed the ignition, grabbed her heavy metal toolbox from the back seat, and bounded out into the freezing mountain air. "Greetings, fellow travelers," she called out cheerfully, her breath pluming in the frigid twilight as she marched toward the shivering group. "Having a little mechanical trouble with the bus?" I unlatched my door with a heavy metallic sigh, unfolding my stiffened brass limbs and stepping out onto the crunchy snow. The cold immediately assaulted my overheated exterior, and I released a massive, localized cloud of white steam to relieve the pressure in my internal boiler. I trudged toward the gathering, my copper footsteps ringing like a struck anvil in the quiet mountain air. The four individuals turned to stare at me, their eyes wide and perfectly round beneath their mop-like hairstyles. They looked from Ennie's grease-stained mechanic's jumpsuit to my bowler hat, my glowing vacuum tubes, and the steam perpetually venting from my cigar. "Whoa," whispered a tall, painfully thin young man holding a tambourine with freezing purple fingers. He possessed a beard that looked less like facial hair and more like a frightened animal clinging to his chin. "Man, the altitude up here is really doing a number on my perception. Are you guys, like, seeing the brass dude with the cigar?" "I am not a hallucination, sir," I stated flatly, adjusting my lapels and projecting a crisp, aristocratic Missouri drawl. "I am Mark Twain. I am an astonishing feat of engineering, logic, and literature, and unless you possess a secret method for converting peace, love, and acoustic vibrations into internal combustion, I suggest you allow my associate to examine your engine before you all freeze solid and become the most colorfully dressed ice sculptures in Alberta." A young woman wrapped in a thin woven blanket stepped forward, her teeth chattering so violently it sounded like a frantic telegraph transmission. "I'm Meadow," she stammered. "This is River, Star, and Gary. We're a folk ensemble. We were supposed to play a coffeehouse gig in Calgary tomorrow night, but the bus just died. It made a popping sound, and then all the good vibes just drained right out of the engine." "Good vibes," I observed dryly, leaning my heavy frame against the side of their vibrant bus, "are notoriously poor conductors of electricity. Let us see what the tangible, mechanical reality dictates." Ennie had already wedged herself waist-deep into the engine compartment, her flashlight cutting through the gathering gloom. For a few moments, the only sound was the clinking of her wrenches and her soft humming. "Well, Meadow," Ennie's voice echoed from within the metal cabin, "I have good news and bad news. The good news is your engine hasn't lost its good vibes. The bad news is it has entirely lost its distributor rotor." She popped her head out, holding up a small fragmented piece of black plastic. "It looks like the rotor cracked under the thermal stress of the climb, and the pieces got chewed up inside the distributor cap. Without this, your spark plugs aren't getting any electricity. You're dead in the water." The tall boy, River, let out a dramatic, sorrowful sigh, dropping his tambourine into the snow. "Bummer, man. That's a heavy trip. We're stranded. The universe is telling us we aren't meant to cross these mountains." "The universe?" I corrected him, taking a slow draw from my cigar and blowing a smoke ring that instantly froze and shattered in the wind, "is entirely indifferent to your travel itinerary. Your poor maintenance schedule is what has stranded you. It is a failure of responsibility, not a cosmic conspiracy. Don't listen to him, he's just cranky when his oil gets cold. Ennie smiled brightly, wiping her hands on a rag. She turned and sprinted back to our sky-blue Beetle, rummaging frantically through the chaotic jumble of spare parts she kept crammed behind the front seats. A moment later, she returned, holding a small, pristine black plastic object. "Fortunately," she beamed, holding it aloft like a holy relic, "the 1957 Beetle and your microbus share a surprising amount of internal geometry. I happen to have a spare Bosch distributor rotor right here. It's an older model, but it'll fit." The four musicians stared at her as if she had just conjured gold from thin air. Gary, who had been entirely silent up to this point, suddenly fell to his knees in the snow. "You are an angel of the highway," he wept, overwhelmed with relief. "I'm just a mechanic with a hoarding problem," Ennie laughed, turning back to the engine. Within 3 minutes, she had popped the new rotor into place, reattached the distributor cap, and tightened down the retaining clips with her trusty wrench. "All right, River, give it a try." River scrambled into the driver's seat. The starter whined sluggishly in the freezing air, but after a few tense seconds, the familiar deafening clatter of an air-cooled flat-four erupted from the rear of the bus. A massive cloud of gray smoke billowed from the tailpipe, smelling strongly of unburned hydrocarbons and old incense. The musicians erupted into cheers, hugging each other and dancing a brief, uncoordinated jig in the snow. "How can we ever repay you, man?" River asked, leaning out the driver's side window, his face split by a massive grin. "We don't have any bread. We spent our last dollar on gas in Jasper." "I don't need any money," Ennie smiled, slamming the engine hatch shut and giving the brightly painted metal an affectionate pat. "Just pass the favor along to the next stranded traveler you see." "No, wait," Meadow insisted, pulling an acoustic guitar from the side door of the bus. Her fingers were practically blue with cold, but she strummed a complex, ringing chord that echoed beautifully off the surrounding granite walls. "We have to give you something. We'll give you a song. The acoustics in this valley are totally righteous." And so, under the towering, indifferent peaks of the Canadian Rockies, in the freezing twilight of a 1968 evening, the mechanical man and the perpetually optimistic mechanic stood by the side of the Trans-Canada Highway and were serenaded. They played a sprawling, earnestly complex folk ballad about the wind, the road, and the plight of the working man. The lyrics were undeniably saccharine, lacking entirely in the sharp, cynical bite that defined the literature of my era. I found the metaphors labored and the rhyming structure tragically predictable. However, as I stood there in the snow, my internal relays clicking in time with River's tambourine, I was forced to admit that there was a certain mathematical precision to their vocal harmonies. The sound waves bounced off the limestone cliffs, returning to my auditory sensors with a rich, resonant warmth that defied the freezing temperature. It was a fleeting, strangely beautiful moment of human connection amidst the absolute isolation of the mountains. When the final chord faded into the wind, Ennie clapped enthusiastically, her grease-smudged face radiant with delight. "That was beautiful," she cheered. "Have a safe trip to Calgary, and please, for the love of all things mechanical, buy some thicker coats." We bid our farewells, returning to our tiny, violently rattling sky-blue conveyance. As Ennie wrestled the bug back onto the highway and we continued our descent toward the United States border, the toxic, scalding heat of our improvised cabin heater suddenly felt a little less oppressive. "You see, Mr. Twain?" Ennie smiled, tapping her thumbs on the steering wheel in time with a song only she could hear. "The road provides. You just have to be willing to stop and listen." The road provided a broken piece of plastic and an acoustic assault on my literary sensibilities, I grumbled, taking a long, defiant puff from my mechanical cigar. "But I will concede, the acoustics were entirely adequate. Now please focus on the pavement before we join the fossil record of Banff National Park." Chapter 10. Crossing the Parallel. The descent from the colossal granite teeth of the Canadian Rockies into the rolling, wind-swept plains of Montana is not merely a change in elevation. It is a shift in the very temperament of the continent. For days, we had been subjects of the oppressive, vertical tyranny of the mountains, navigating treacherous, ice-choked passes that demanded our absolute, terrified attention. But as the sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle rattled out of Alberta and approached the 49th parallel, the landscape finally laid down its weapons. The claustrophobic walls of pine and limestone widened, flattening out into a vast, pale expanse of high desert prairie beneath a sky so impossibly large it made one feel entirely insignificant. Inside our violently vibrating motorized tin can, the climate remained a staggering testament to Ennie's terrifying mechanical ingenuity and my own physical endurance. The unholy bypass of aluminum dryer ducting and rusted exhaust headers continued to function with the terrifying efficiency of an industrial blast furnace. The cabin was a sweltering, toxic terrarium, deeply infused with the heavy, asphyxiating perfume of vaporized 30-weight motor oil and burning road dust. I sat rigidly in the passenger seat, my internal cooling fans whining in a desperate, high-pitched plea for mercy. The brass plating on my shins was searing hot to the touch, forcing me to continuously vent small, highly pressurized hisses of excess steam from my mechanical cigar, simply to prevent my internal boiler from rupturing my chest cavity. "We are approaching the border, Mr. Twain," Ennie announced cheerfully, her voice cutting through the deafening, frantic clatter of the air-cooled engine behind us. She was practically bouncing in her seat, her grease-smudged face radiant with the thrill of geographical progress. She reached over and wiped a thick layer of oily condensation from the inside of the windshield with her bare hand. "The United States of America, the lower 48. It feels like we've been gone for years." "Geologically speaking, we have," I observed dryly, my vocal gears grinding in the desiccated air. I adjusted my bowler hat and peered through the streaky glass. "We have aged this vehicle 3 decades in the span of 2 weeks. I am currently calculating the probability that the American customs authorities will simply refuse us entry on the grounds that we are transporting a rolling environmental disaster." Ahead of us, rising from the desolate, snow-dusted prairie like a brutalist concrete fortress, was the United States port of entry, at Peagan, Montana. In this year of 1968, the world is a tense, deeply suspicious place. The border crossing reflected this geopolitical anxiety perfectly. It was a stark, no-nonsense array of heavy steel gates, blinding overhead floodlights that buzzed with aggressive electricity, and American flags snapping violently in the biting crosswind. We were the only vehicle on the road, The sheer absurdity of our arrival, a tiny, dirt-caked, sky-blue German car coughing its way out of the freezing northern wilderness, did not seem to amuse the uniformed figures waiting beneath the concrete canopy. Ennie slowed the Beetle, downshifting with a brutal crunch of non-synchronized gears, and coaxed the shivering vehicle toward the primary inspection booth. She rolled down her window, admitting a freezing, aggressive blast of Montana air that immediately warred with our scalding, toxic cabin heater. A Border Patrol agent stepped out of the booth. He was a man composed entirely of sharp angles and profound skepticism. He wore a crisp, immaculate uniform, a rigidly pressed campaign hat, and an expression that suggested he had personally witnessed every form of human deception and found them all entirely tedious. His name tag, gleaming silver against his dark green shirt, read, Henderson. Agent Henderson walked slowly around the front of our battered conveyance, his polished black boots crunching on the gravel. He paused to examine the crushed coffee tin and copper wire currently serving as our carburetor's preheater, visible beneath the rear bumper. He sighed, a deep, weary exhalation that plumed in the freezing air, before finally approaching Ennie's window. "Citizenship!" he barked, his voice devoid of any warmth or welcome. It was the voice of a man who dealt exclusively in paperwork and suspicion. "American!" Ennie beamed, producing her passport with a flourish. "Born and raised. We've just driven all the way from Fairbanks, Alaska, down the Alcan highway, the whole thing." Agent Henderson did not look impressed. He took her passport, examined it with a small flashlight, and handed it back. "Purpose of your visit to Canada, and purpose of your return to the United States." "Oh, we're just passing through," Ennie explained, leaning her elbows comfortably on the windowsill. "We're actually driving the Pan-American Highway, all the way to Tierra del Fuego, Argentina. This is just the first leg." Agent Henderson stopped writing on his clipboard. He looked at the sky-blue Beetle. He looked at the rusted coffee tin. He looked at Ennie's grease-stained mechanic's jumpsuit. "Argentina," he repeated, the word sounding entirely foreign in his mouth. "In a 1957 Volkswagen. With an improvised heating system," Ennie added helpfully. "Right," Henderson muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Are you transporting any firearms, agricultural products, fresh fruits, meats, or foreign currency exceeding $10,000? "Just a toolbox, some spare fan belts, and a lot of optimism," she smiled. "And your passenger?" Henderson asked, finally shining his flashlight across the cab toward my seat. "Is he an American citizen?" The beam of the flashlight hit my glass lens eyes, refracting wildly. It illuminated my brass lapels, the heavy copper rivets of my chest plate, and the glowing amber warmth of the vacuum tubes visible behind my ribbed sternum. Agent Henderson froze. The flashlight trembled slightly in his hand. His brain, rigidly trained to process smugglers, tourists, and the occasional fleeing criminal, completely stalled out as it attempted to categorize the entity sitting in the passenger seat. I sat perfectly still, allowing my internal relays to click in a slow, rhythmic cadence. I opened the valve on my mechanical cigar and released a prolonged, highly pressurized hiss of white steam that billowed across the cabin, obscuring the dashboard. "Good evening, Officer Henderson," I drawled, projecting my voice with crisp, metallic perfection. "To answer your inquiry, I am technically a product of American engineering, though I assure you my patents are pending, and my citizenship is a matter of profound legal ambiguity. I am Mark Twain." Henderson slowly lowered the flashlight. He looked at Ennie. He looked back at me. He opened his mouth to speak, closed it, and then tried again. What is that?" he asked, his authoritative tone entirely evaporating, replaced by the hushed whisper of a man questioning his own sanity. "Is that a radio? Is it a mannequin?" "I am not of that, sir," I corrected him sharply, adjusting my bowler hat with a heavy clink of my brass fingers. "I am a fully autonomous, steam-powered analytical recreation of the late Samuel Clemens. I possess a processing capacity that vastly exceeds the combined intellect of this entire border station, though I am currently using the bulk of it to calculate exactly how many hours of inhaling vaporized 30-weight motor oil it will take to permanently dissolve my logic boards. Furthermore, I am not a mannequin. Mannequins do not possess a cynical worldview, nor do they perspire condensation." Henderson took a slow step backward, his hand instinctively dropping to rest on the leather flap of his holster. "Ma'am," he said to Ennie, his voice tight, "is this machinery active? Is it safe? Does it contain any subversive listening devices or communist technology?" Ennie burst into a bright, ringing peal of laughter. "Communist technology?" she giggled, slapping the steering wheel. "Officer, he runs on a coal-fired boiler and Charles Babbage logic engines. The most subversive thing about him is his literary critique of the Gilded Age. He's perfectly safe. Grumpy, but safe." "I take offense to the term grumpy," I interjected, venting another cloud of steam. "I am merely acutely aware of the tragic absurdity of the human condition. For instance, the fact that you, Officer Henderson, are standing in the freezing cold to guard an arbitrary, invisible line drawn on the dirt by politicians who have never even visited this desolate prairie." Henderson stared at me for a long, terrible moment. The cold Montana wind howled through the steel canopy overhead. I could practically see the bureaucratic gears turning in his head as he tried to figure out which customs form applied to a sentient, steam-powered brass author with a penchant for philosophical backtalk. There was no form. There was no protocol. "You know what?" Henderson finally said, his voice entirely devoid of energy. He aggressively stamped a piece of paper on his clipboard and shoved it through Ennie's window. "I don't care. I have 4 more hours on this shift. It's 20 degrees below freezing, and I do not get paid enough to process whatever the hell this is. Just take your toaster and go to Argentina." "Thank you, officer," Ennie chirped, throwing the Beetle into gear. "Have a wonderful evening." "A toaster?" I muttered darkly as we pulled away from the booth, the border gates swinging open to grant us passage into the United States. A toaster simply burns bread. I, on the other hand, am currently burning with righteous indignation. The sheer lack of respect for modern marvels in this country is appalling. "Oh, don't let him get to you," Ennie smiled, rolling her window up and sealing us back inside our scalding, toxic cocoon. "We're back in America, Mr. Twain, the lower 48. Think of the roads. Think of the diners." "I am thinking of the diners, Ennie," I replied, settling my heavy frame back into the seat as we merged onto the southbound highway. "And I am calculating exactly how much greasy American diner coffee I will need to pour into my primary boiler to erase the memory of this entire day. Drive on, my dear mechanic. The Deep South awaits." Chapter 11. Glacier's Going to the Sun Road. The profound relief of surviving the Canadian wilderness and crossing back into the relative civilization of the United States was, as is universally the case with this expedition, painfully short-lived. The high, rolling plains of northern Montana had lulled my gyroscopic sensors into a false, tragic sense of security. For a brief, shining morning, the sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle hummed along a flat, straight trajectory. The suspension was not actively attempting to divorce itself from the chassis, and Ennie was humming a cheerful, bouncy tune while drumming her grease-stained fingers on the steering wheel. We were making what a wildly optimistic fool might call good time. Then the horizon abruptly ceased to be horizontal. Rising from the prairie with the sudden, violent verticality of a geological ambush was the jagged, snow-smothered fortress of Glacier National Park. The American continuation of the Rocky Mountains did not bother with the polite, rolling foothills that usually herald a mountain range. It simply erected a sheer, impenetrable wall of ancient, striated rock directly in our southern path, daring us to find a way through. "Look at that, Mr. Twain!" Ennie cheered, her voice cutting through the deafening clatter of our air-cooled engine. She leaned forward, wiping a fresh layer of oily condensation from the inside of the windshield with her sleeve. "Glacier! They say the Going to the Sun Road is one of the most spectacular feats of engineering in the world. 50 miles of pavement carved right into the side of the cliffs." "Engineering," I observed, my voice box grinding dryly in the sweltering toxic heat of our cabin, "is the application of mathematics and physics to solve practical problems. Carving a 2-lane thoroughfare into a near vertical wall of crumbling shale so that tourists in wood-paneled station wagons can traumatize their children is not engineering, Ennie. It is an act of aggressive, nationalistic hubris." "You're just being pessimistic because your shins are getting hot," she smiled, completely ignoring my flawless logic. She downshifted as the flat highway finally surrendered to the upward slope, the engine immediately screaming in protest. "It's a triumph of the human spirit. We looked at an impassable mountain and said, 'Let's build a driveway.'" We passed the wooden entrance sign for the park, and almost immediately the illusion of a leisurely drive evaporated. The Going to the Sun Road, a narrow ribbon of asphalt clinging desperately to the edge of the world, began its brutal, winding ascent toward the Continental Divide. The road had evidently been surveyed by a mountain goat with a severe inner ear infection. It twisted and writhed upon itself, executing hairpin switchbacks so tight that our tiny German conveyance practically had to fold itself in half to navigate them. To our immediate right was a sheer wall of weeping, moss-covered granite. To our left was an abyss. The drop was so sudden and profound that looking out my passenger window induced a violent spinning error in my internal navigation matrices. The only thing separating our violently vibrating tin can from a mile-long free-fall into a glacial valley was a quaint, decorative stone wall that stood roughly 12 inches high. It was a barrier designed to provide a psychological comfort that was entirely absent from the physical reality. It would not have stopped a determined bicycle, let alone a motorized vehicle. "Ennie," I stated flatly, bracing my heavy copper arms against the painted metal dashboard as we caught a terrifying glimpse of the valley floor thousands of feet below. "I am currently calculating the structural integrity of that pathetic masonry retaining wall. The mathematics are horrifying. If your foot slips on that clutch pedal, we will not merely crash, we will achieve terminal velocity, and I will be embedded so deeply into the Earth's crust that future archaeologists will classify me as a naturally occurring brass deposit. Keep your optical sensors on the road, then, she laughed, her eyes wide and entirely focused on the winding asphalt. She was wrestling the thin steering wheel with an intensity I had rarely seen, her grease-smudged cheek flushed pink. The bug loves the climb. Her weight is all in the back, directly over the drive wheels. We have perfect traction. We have perfect traction, I countered, venting a short, nervous hiss of steam from my mechanical cigar, on a surface that is currently covered in a thin, treacherous layer of black ice. Need I remind you that it is October? We are driving a summer car into an alpine winter. The environment inside the cabin was a master class in thermal contradiction. Ennie's improvised cabin heater, the terrifying bypass of aluminum dryer ducting mated directly to the exhaust headers, was functioning with a terrifying, unyielding efficiency. It violently pumped air that tasted heavily of carbon monoxide, vaporized grease, and hot iron directly onto my legs. I was baking in my own localized oven, yet immediately outside the thin, uninsulated glass of my window, the temperature was plummeting toward absolute zero. A brutal, biting crosswind whipped across the sheer cliff faces, bringing with it a swirling mist of freezing rain and sleet. As we climbed higher, surpassing the tree line and entering a desolate alpine tundra of exposed rock and stunted wind-blasted shrubs, the air grew alarmingly thin. The four-cylinder engine mounted in the boot began to sound decidedly asthmatic. Its frantic sewing machine clatter deepened into a wet, laboring chug, chug, chug. It was starving for oxygen. "She's losing power," Ennie muttered, her smile finally slipping slightly as she shoved the gear shift into first. Her right foot was practically pressing the accelerator pedal through the floorboards, but our forward momentum had slowed to a torturous, agonizing crawl. "The altitude is messing with the fuel mixture. The carburetor is running too rich because the air is so thin." "A fascinating diagnosis," I noted, watching the needle on the speedometer bounce erratically between 5 and 10 miles per hour. "And what precisely is your improvisational, kitchen utensil-based solution for a lack of atmospheric oxygen? Do you plan to construct a functioning turbocharger out of a soup ladle and some baling wire?" "Very funny, Mr. Twain," she grunted, her knuckles white on the steering wheel as we rounded a particularly terrifying curve known ominously as the Weeping Wall. Here, the sheer rock face to our right was actively hemorrhaging water. A constant heavy curtain of freezing mountain runoff cascaded directly onto the roadway, instantly freezing into a slick, treacherous sheet of sheer ice. The Beetle's narrow, balding tires hit the ice and immediately lost their grip. The rear end of the vehicle violently fish-tailed toward the 12-inch stone wall and the abyss beyond. My internal heart relays clicked in a frantic, panicked rhythm. I calculated the exact trajectory of our impending doom. But Ennie did not panic. Her reflexes, honed by years of coaxing broken machinery back to life, were instantaneous. She turned the steering wheel sharply into the slide, feathering the accelerator with the delicate touch of a concert pianist. The little air-cooled engine screamed. The rear tires spun wildly for a terrifying second, and then miraculously they caught a dry patch of asphalt. The vehicle, violently snapped back into a straight line, shuddering as we pulled away from the precipice. I sat perfectly frozen, my glass eyes wide, a massive cloud of steam erupting from my cigar and fogging the entire cabin. "See?" Ennie breathed, a shaky laugh escaping her lips. She wiped her forehead with the back of a greasy hand. "Nothing to worry about. Pure physics." "Ennie," I rasped, my vocal gears vibrating with the residual shock. "I possess a highly sophisticated analytical mind capable of processing thousands of variables per second. And I say this with the utmost scientific certainty. That was not physics. That was a localized suspension of reality fueled entirely by your terrifying luck. We are challenging a mountain, and the mountain is losing its patience." We pressed onward, inching our way up the final agonizing miles toward Logan Pass. I spent the remainder of the climb philosophizing on the sheer absurdity of the American condition. "It is a sickness," I announced to the fogged windshield, my Missouri drawl thick with mechanical disdain. "A profound national sickness. You Americans cannot simply observe a natural wonder. You cannot stand at the base of a colossal mountain, tip your hat to the Creator, and say, 'Well done, that is terribly imposing.' No, you look at an impassable peak, and your immediate instinct is, 'How quickly can I pave it and sell souvenirs at the summit?'" "It's about access, Mr. Twain," Ennie argued cheerfully, finally shifting into second gear as the brutal grade began to level out. "It allows people who can't hike to see the beauty of the world. It allows people to briefly exit their climate-controlled living rooms, drive a massive steel living room up a cliff face, look at a glacier for 5 minutes, and then complain about the lack of parking," I countered. "It is the democratization of terror, subsidized by the taxpayer." Finally, with a last desperate wheezing gasp from the engine, we crested the summit. Logan Pass spread out before us, a desolate, wind-scoured saddle resting squarely on the Continental Divide. To our left and right, jagged peaks tore at the bruising gray sky. The wind howled across the pass with a physical force, rocking the lightweight Beetle on its suspension. Ennie pulled the exhausted vehicle into a deserted, snow-covered parking lot and killed the ignition. The sudden silence was absolute, broken only by the howling wind and the sharp, metallic ticking of our overheated engine block trying to shed its thermal misery in the freezing air. We sat there for a long moment, staring out at the staggering, terrifying ocean of rock and ice. We had conquered the ascent. We had survived the weeping wall, the thin air, and the sheer drops. "We made it," Ennie whispered, a profound sense of accomplishment radiating from her grease-smudged face. "We are sitting on top of the world, Mr. Twain." "We are indeed, my dear Ennie," I sighed, adjusting my bowler hat and bracing my brass joints for the inevitable. However, basic physics dictates that what goes up must inevitably come down. And considering the distinct aroma of burning asbestos currently wafting from our front brake drums, I calculate that our descent will be significantly faster and substantially more terrifying than our climb. Chapter 12. Yellowstone Geysers. The descent from the dizzying icy altitudes of Glacier National Park was an exercise in pure, sustained terror that I am still attempting to delete from my internal memory banks. The pungent, terrifying aroma of burning asbestos from our desperately fading brake drums lingered in my olfactory sensors long after the jagged peaks of Montana had flattened into the sprawling, sagebrush-dotted plateaus of Wyoming. We had survived gravity's furious attempt to claim us, and the sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle was currently puttering southward with the stubborn, rattling resilience of a mechanized cockroach. Our improvised cabin heater, the terrifying dryer duct bypass, continued to blast my shins with scalding, oily air, while the mutilated coffee tin strapped to our exhaust pipe faithfully fed preheated, exhaust-tainted oxygen into the carburetor. We were a rolling affront to automotive engineering, but we were undeniably moving. As we crossed the boundary into Yellowstone National Park, the atmosphere underwent a profound and deeply unsettling shift. It was not merely a change in the scenery. It was a change in the very chemistry of the air. "Ennie," I stated, my vocal gears grinding as my internal air filtration systems suddenly flared a bright, warning crimson. I snapped my miniature brass windshield wipers across my glass eyes to clear the condensation. My sensors are detecting a massive spike in hydrogen sulfide. The ambient atmosphere currently smells like 1,000,000 rotten eggs that have been set ablaze in a poorly ventilated sulfur mine. Have we bypassed South America entirely and driven directly into the antechamber of Hades? Ennie, whose grease-smudged face was practically pressed against the driver's side window, inhaled deeply through her nose and let out a delighted sigh. "It's geothermal activity, Mr. Twain," she cheered, her voice bouncing effortlessly over the deafening clatter of our air-cooled engine. "We are driving over the top of a dormant supervolcano. The Earth's crust is incredibly thin here. All that heat from the magma chamber is boiling the groundwater and forcing it up to the surface. It's nature's very own boiler room." "Nature," I observed dryly, adjusting the pressure valves on my own internal coal-fired boiler to compensate for the sudden increase in atmospheric humidity, "is notoriously terrible at maintaining adequate pressure regulation. A responsible engineer would have installed a relief valve rather than allowing boiling acid to arbitrarily erupt across the landscape." As we navigated the winding, pine-flanked roads of the park, we found ourselves assimilated into a uniquely American phenomenon. The summer vacation traffic jam, inexplicably occurring in the bitter chill of late October, we were surrounded by a slow-moving, metallic herd of colossal wood-paneled station wagons. These were the undisputed land yachts of the American middle class. Ford Country Squires and Chevrolet Kingswoods that were roughly the length of a city block and possessed the turning radius of a naval destroyer. Inside these sprawling, climate-controlled glass greenhouses sat pristine nuclear families. Fathers in stiff plaid shirts gripped steering wheels with white-knuckled determination. Mothers aggressively consulted massive, unfolding maps that threatened to engulf the front seats. And a terrifying number of children engaged in vicious close-quarters combat in the rearward-facing third rows. Sitting amidst this armada of polished chrome and faux wood vinyl, our battered, dirt-caked, sky-blue Beetle looked less like an automobile and more like a discarded toy that had been dragged behind a horse for several miles. We eventually pulled into the sprawling asphalt parking lot adjacent to the Upper Geyser Basin. Ennie wrestled our vibrating tin can into a space wedged between two particularly massive Plymouth station wagons, killed the ignition, and engaged the handbrake. The sudden silence of our engine was immediately replaced by the low, continuous, menacing hiss of the earth-venting steam. "Come on," she said, grabbing her heavy canvas coat from the back seat and practically bouncing out the door. "We have to go see the plumbing." I unlatched my passenger door with a heavy metallic groan. I unfolded my stiffened brass limbs and stepped out onto the cold asphalt, my heavy copper boots hitting the ground with a definitive clank. The ambient air was freezing, biting through the residual scalding heat radiating from my chassis. I took a deep draw from my mechanical cigar, mingling my own crisp, white steam with the sulphurous, yellow-tinged fog that drifted across the parking lot. We joined the throng of tourists marching along the elevated wooden boardwalks that crisscrossed the basin. It was a landscape that defied rational comprehension. The ground was entirely devoid of vegetation, bleached a blinding bone white by centuries of mineral deposits. Scattered across this desolate crust were hundreds of steaming fissures, bubbling pools of terrifyingly clear boiling water, and violently churning vats of thick, gray mud that popped and spat like a witch's cauldron. "Fascinating," Ennie whispered, leaning dangerously over the wooden rail to stare down into a vibrant sapphire blue pool that was actively rolling at a full boil. Her eyes, usually scanning for stripped bolts or frayed wires, were wide with pure mechanical reverence. "Think of the thermodynamics involved, Mr. Twain. The water trickles down miles into the earth, gets superheated by the magma, but it can't boil because of the immense pressure. It becomes lighter, rises back up through the fissures, the pressure drops, and boom, it flash boils into steam and erupts. It's a flawless, closed-loop hydraulic system." "It is a ticking geological time bomb," I corrected her, tapping my heavy brass walking stick against the wooden planks. I pointed a thick copper finger at a nearby sign that explicitly warned tourists not to leave the boardwalk, lest they plunge through the fragile crust and be instantly boiled alive. And I observe that a distressing percentage of the human population seems determined to test the structural integrity of the Earth's crust by leaning over it to take a photograph. We continued our march toward the undisputed main attraction of the park, Old Faithful. A massive, semicircular amphitheater of wooden benches had been erected around the Geysers cone, a large, craggy mound of grayish-white geyserite that currently looked entirely unremarkable. The benches were packed with shivering tourists, wrapped in heavy wool blankets, clutching thermos flasks and checking their wristwatches with an air of profound impatience. We found a space near the back. I seated my heavy metal frame with a loud metallic creak that drew the bewildered stares of a family seated directly in front of us. The patriarch of the family, a man wearing a highly structured fishing hat decorated with an absurd number of artificial flies, turned around. He looked at Ennie's grease-stained mechanic's jumpsuit, the permanent smudge of engine oil on her cheek, and then allowed his gaze to travel up to my glass lens eyes, my glowing vacuum tubes, and the steam perpetually venting from my cigar. His jaw went slightly slack. He blinked twice. "Afternoon, folks." Ennie beamed, entirely unbothered by his staring. She possessed a terrifying immunity to social awkwardness. "Any idea when she's scheduled to blow?" The man stammered, his eyes darting back to my brass lapels. The ranger said, "About 10 minutes, give or take." He hesitated, his curiosity finally overriding his Midwestern politeness. "Pardon me, miss, but what exactly is your friend here? Is it some kind of promotional gimmick for a new household appliance?" I sat perfectly upright. adjusting my bowler hat with a sharp mechanical click of my elbow joint. I fixed the man with an unblinking, glass-eyed glare. "I assure you, sir," I drawled, projecting my voice with a crisp, aristocratic resonance that cut cleanly through the sulphurous air, "I do not toast bread, I do not vacuum carpets, and I certainly do not entertain children. I am Mark Twain, an analytical, steam-powered marvel designed to perfectly replicate the intellect of the great American author. And I must say, observing the modern American family migrate thousands of miles in a wood-paneled living room merely to watch hot water shoot out of a hole in the ground has provided me with endless material for my next cynical masterpiece." The man stared at me, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly like a landed trout. His wife quickly elbowed him in the ribs and aggressively turned his attention back toward the barren mound of rock. "You really need to work on your bedside manner, Mr. Twain," Ennie whispered, though she was poorly concealing a wide grin. Before I could formulate a suitably biting retort regarding the intellectual capacity of a man wearing fake insects on his head, the earth interrupted. It began as a deep, resonant rumble that vibrated through the wooden benches and resonated perfectly within my brass chest cavity. It felt as though a massive subterranean freight train was passing directly beneath our feet. The crowd fell completely silent. From the top of the craggy cone, a thick plume of water suddenly surged upward, splashing over the sides. It dropped back down, teasing the audience. Then, with a concussive, roaring whoosh that sounded like the exhaust of a Saturn V rocket, the main eruption began. A colossal, boiling pillar of pure white water and expanding steam violently tore its way out of the earth, rocketing skyward. It climbed higher and higher, a localized hurricane of thermal violence, reaching a height of easily 150 feet. The sheer kinetic force of the eruption was staggering. A heavy, warm mist drifted over the crowd, smelling intensely of minerals and deep earth sulfur. "Look at the pressure," Ennie yelled over the deafening roar, standing up from the bench, her eyes shining with absolute delight. "It's magnificent. It must be producing thousands of pounds of thrust." I remained seated, calculating the trajectory, the volume of water displaced, and the approximate thermodynamic energy required to achieve such a display. I felt a strange, resonant kinship in my own copper boiler. The earth was venting its steam just as I vented mine. "It is mathematically impressive," I shouted back, taking a long puff from my cigar and blowing a synchronized ring of steam into the air. "However, it entirely lacks literary nuance. It only knows one trick." The eruption sustained its towering height for a few minutes before the pressure finally equalized. The towering column of water slowly collapsed in upon itself, shrinking back down to a sputtering, bubbling hiss, until the cone was once again quiet, shrouded only in a wispy veil of white vapor. The crowd immediately erupted into polite, gloved applause, as if nature had just performed a parlor trick specifically for their amusement, and quickly began shuffling back toward their massive station wagons to resume their air-conditioned arguments. "Well," Ennie sighed happily, turning back toward the parking lot, "that was worth the detour. You have to admit, Mr. Twain, there are some things you just can't fix with a wrench, and you just have to stand back and admire." "I admire nothing that smells like a rotten egg and threatens to melt my internal wiring," I grumbled, following her heavy footsteps along the boardwalk. "Now, unless you intend to harness that geothermal anomaly to power our vehicle, I suggest we return to our rolling death trap. We still have the great American deserts to cross, and I suspect our little coffee tin preheater is entirely unprepared for a severe lack of humidity. As we climbed back into the violently rattling, freezing confines of the sky-blue Beetle, leaving the hissing, bubbling caldera behind us, I realized that the great Pan-American adventure was slowly mutating. We were no longer merely fighting the road. We were bearing witness to the raw, untamed mechanics of the planet itself. And unfortunately for my internal logic boards, we still had thousands of miles to go. Chapter 13. Vapor Lock in Utah. The North American continent, I have concluded, suffers from a severe undiagnosed personality disorder. Merely days ago, my internal barometers and mercury thermometers were screaming in the grip of a life-threatening, super-cooled alpine winter. We had battled blizzards, carburetor ice, and the aggressive hostility of the Canadian Rockies. Yet, as the sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle rattled out of the high plains of Wyoming and descended into the deep, arid basins of Utah, the atmosphere executed a violent, unforgiving pivot. The claustrophobic, pine-choked mountains and the sulphurous, bubbling calderas of Yellowstone vanished, replaced by a sprawling, hallucination-inducing expanse of towering red rock, baked sand, and scrub brush. The sky was no longer a bruising, snow-laden gray, but a piercing, unblinking azure that offered absolutely no protection from the tyrannical, high desert sun. "Would you look at those mesas, Mr. Twain?" Ennie shouted over the deafening, frantic clatter of our air-cooled engine. She had rolled her window down entirely, resting her grease-smudged elbow on the sill, letting the hot, dry wind whip her hair around the cabin. "It looks like the surface of Mars. The sediment layers in that sandstone must be hundreds of millions of years old. It's absolutely magnificent." "Magnificent," I rasped, my vocal gears grinding dryly, is a term I would reserve for a properly chilled glass of lemonade or a functioning refrigeration unit. "What you are admiring, my dear Ennie, is an active kiln. We have driven directly into a geological oven, and the thermostat is broken." Inside our violently vibrating conveyance, the thermal situation had transitioned from tragically comical to actively dangerous. For the first 2,000 miles of our Pan-American journey, our primary objective had been creating heat. Ennie's terrifying improvised cabin heater, the bypass of aluminum dryer ducting forcefully mated to the rusting exhaust headers, had been our singular salvation against the Arctic cold. Now, however, that same unholy contraption was attempting to slow roast us alive. Even with the dashboard vents violently jammed shut and the windows rolled down, the heat radiating through the thin metal floorboards was staggering. The brass plating on my lower extremities was searing hot to the touch. I was forced to run my internal cooling fans at a continuous, deafening whine just to prevent my delicate steam-powered logic boards from melting into a puddle of highly intelligent copper slag. I had drastically reduced the pressure in my internal boiler, venting only the weakest, most pathetic wisps of steam from my mechanical cigar. "I am currently experiencing a profound structural regret," I observed, adjusting my bowler hat with a heavy metallic clank of my wrist joint. When my creators engineered my brass chassis, they clearly envisioned me offering witty, cynical commentary in the drawing rooms of high society, or perhaps on the shaded deck of a Mississippi riverboat. They did not design me to be baked like a terracotta pot in the deserts of Utah. I believe my solder is beginning to soften." "Oh, you're fine," Annie laughed, her face flushed and dripping with perspiration, though her trademark optimism remained entirely unmelted. She wiped her forehead with the back of a greasy hand. "The bug is loving this dry air. No more carburetor ice to worry about. We're making fantastic time toward the Mojave." "We are making fantastic time toward spontaneous combustion," I corrected her, glaring out the window at the shimmering heat waves dancing violently across the asphalt. We were navigating a desolate two-lane highway that stretched like a black ribbon across the floor of Monument Valley. Towering, freestanding sandstone monoliths rose hundreds of feet into the air on either side of us, casting long, dramatic shadows that offered the only respite from the blinding sun. There were no other vehicles, no roadside diners, no signs of human habitation. There was only the road, the red dust, and the relentless crushing heat. And then, as is the fundamental law of this expedition, the moment Ennie expressed confidence in our mechanical superiority, the universe immediately intervened to humble us. It began as a subtle hesitation. The steady, sewing machine clatter of the four-cylinder engine mounted in the boot suddenly skipped a beat. It was a momentary stutter, like a speaker clearing his throat before a long monologue. Annie frowned, instantly withdrawing her elbow from the window and placing both hands firmly on the thin steering wheel. Her head tilted slightly, tuning her ears to the mechanical heartbeat of the vehicle. "Did you hear that?" she murmured, her cheerful bounce vanishing, replaced by the sharp, focused intensity of a diagnostician. "I heard a distinct interruption in our forward momentum," I replied, my internal threat assessment algorithms immediately spiking. It sounded remarkably like a death rattle. The engine stuttered again, this time more violently. The Beetle lurched, the chassis shuddering as the engine revolutions dropped sharply. Ennie pumped the accelerator pedal, attempting to force more fuel into the carburetor, but the engine only responded with a hollow, gasping boo, boo, buh. It was starving. With a final, pathetic pop from the tailpipe, the engine died completely. The sudden, absolute silence of the desert rushed into the cabin, heavy and oppressive. The only sound was the crunch of our narrow tires on the blistering asphalt as we lost all forward velocity. Ennie expertly wrestled the heavy, unassisted steering wheel, using our remaining momentum to coax the lifeless vehicle onto the dusty, red shoulder of the highway. We rolled to a halt in the shadow of a massive, imposing sandstone spire. "Well," Ennie sighed, throwing the gear shift into neutral and engaging the handbrake. The heat immediately began to build inside the stationary cabin, thick and suffocating. That is definitely not carburetor ice. She grabbed her heavy metal toolbox from the back seat, kicked her door open, and stepped out into the blinding, white-hot glare of the Utah afternoon. I unlatched my passenger door, my brass joints groaning in protest, and forced my heavy frame out into the furnace. The ambient temperature hit me like a physical blow. The asphalt was so hot it felt soft beneath my heavy copper boots. I trudged to the rear of the vehicle where Ennie had already popped the engine deck lid. The heat radiating from the small enclosed engine bay was staggering, a localized wave of thermal aggression that smelled sharply of hot iron, baking oil, and evaporating gasoline. "Diagnosis?" I inquired, projecting my Missouri drawl over the low rhythmic ticking of the cooling metal. Ennie was staring at the mechanical fuel pump, a small fist-sized contraption mounted to the side of the engine block, and the thin metal fuel lines snaking their way up to the carburetor. She wasn't reaching for a wrench. She was simply observing. "Vapor lock," she announced, wiping a bead of sweat from her nose, inadvertently smearing her grease smudge across her bridge. "The ambient heat out here is ridiculous, and the engine compartment is basically an oven. The metal fuel lines are absorbing all that heat. The gasoline inside the lines is getting so hot that it's actually boiling and turning into a vapor before it ever reaches the fuel pump." "Fascinating," I noted, leaning heavily on my brass walking stick. "So the vehicle has essentially defeated itself with its own thermodynamics. The pump is designed to move a liquid, but it is currently attempting to pump a gas, resulting in a complete cessation of propulsion. A flawless execution of mechanical suicide." "Exactly," she nodded, unbothered by the gravity of our situation. "The pump can't grab vapor, so the carburetor runs dry, and the engine starves to death. We have to cool those fuel lines down, and we have to do it fast, or we'll be stuck out here until midnight when the desert finally cools off." "And how, pray tell, do you propose we achieve localized refrigeration in the middle of a baking wasteland?" I asked, my glass eyes scanning the barren red horizon. "Shall I attempt to summon a passing ice cream truck? Or perhaps you plan to construct a functioning air conditioning compressor out of a tumbleweed and some stray copper wire?" "Better," she grinned, that terrifying spark of improvisational genius igniting in her eyes. "I'm going to use the kitchen." She abandoned the engine bay and practically sprinted to the front of the Beetle, popping the trunk lid. She rummaged past our meager luggage and emerged holding two items that entirely defied automotive logic: a heavy-duty roll of Reynolds Wrap aluminum foil and a stack of stained, heavily used cotton shop rags. She then grabbed our precious insulated canvas water jug, which contained the last of our cool drinking water, procured from a gas station several hundred miles ago. "Ennie," I warned, my vocal gears vibrating with genuine alarm, "I strongly advise against utilizing our sole source of biological hydration to bathe a piece of German steel. If we are stranded here, you will require that water to prevent your fragile human form from desiccating like a discarded raisin." "We won't be stranded if the car is running, Mr. Twain," she reasoned flawlessly, pouring a generous amount of the cool water directly onto the stack of shop rags until they were dripping wet. "Evaporative cooling and thermal reflection, it's a classic desert trick." I watched in a state of highly intelligent, paralyzed bewilderment as the young mechanic returned to the blistering engine bay and began to rapidly disassemble reality. She took the soaking wet shop rags and carefully, deliberately wrapped them tightly around the exposed metal fuel lines leading from the firewall to the fuel pump, and from the pump up to the carburetor. She treated the lines like a feverish patient, swaddling them in damp, cooling compresses. The water immediately began to hiss and steam as it made contact with the searing metal. "The wet rags will draw the heat out of the metal lines as the water evaporates," she explained, her hands moving with frantic, practiced precision. "But the engine heat will just dry them out in 5 minutes if we leave them exposed." She grabbed the roll of aluminum foil, tore off several long, jagged sheets, and aggressively wrapped the shiny, reflective metal directly over the wet rags, creating a thick, crinkling metallic cocoon around the entire fuel delivery system. She squeezed the foil tight, molding it perfectly to the shape of the lines. And the foil acts as a thermal barrier, she concluded triumphantly, stepping back to admire her monstrous handiwork. It reflects the radiant heat from the engine block away from the fuel lines, while trapping the moisture of the rags inside to keep the lines cool. We've effectively given the fuel system its own insulated, water-cooled jacket. It was an affront to the sleek, manicured aesthetics of modern engineering. The engine bay now looked as though it were preparing to bake a rather greasy mechanical potato. "It is hideous," I pronounced, adjusting my bowler hat. "It is a triumph of absolute desperation over common sense. It is the sort of repair one expects to find on a moonshine runner's vehicle in the backwoods of the Ozarks. I give it precisely 12 miles before the foil melts, the rags catch fire, and we are violently incinerated in a localized explosion. 12 miles is all we need to get some air flowing over the engine and keep the temperatures down." Ennie laughed, slamming the rear deck lid shut with an echoing metallic clang. She wiped her wet, greasy hands on her jumpsuit. "Come on, before the water boils off." I clambered back into the sweltering, oven-like confines of the passenger seat, my heavy joints creaking in protest. Ennie slid behind the wheel, entirely unfazed by the oppressive heat radiating through the floorboards. She pumped the accelerator pedal 3 times to prime the system, held her breath, and turned the ignition key. The 6-volt starter whined, a sluggish, exhausted, high-pitched plea. The engine turned over once, twice, 3 times. It coughed, a dry, hollow sound. "Come on, old girl," Ennie whispered, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Drink the cold fuel. Just drink it." She twisted the key again. The starter whined, the engine caught a spark, sputtered violently, and then, with a deafening, triumphant roar, the 4-cylinder heart shattered the silence of the desert. The engine settled back into its frantic sewing machine clatter, idling smoothly and perfectly. The foil-wrapped, water-cooled lines were delivering pure, liquid gasoline exactly as required. Ennie let out a whoop of pure joy that echoed off the towering red sandstone cliffs. She threw the car into first gear, and we pulled aggressively back onto the shimmering black asphalt, leaving a small, damp patch of red dirt behind us. I settled back against my seat, listening to the steady rhythm of the engine and the howling of the hot desert wind through the open windows. I vented a long, slow sigh of steam from my mechanical cigar. "You know, Ennie," I mused, the mechanical grind of my voice cutting through the din, "I am beginning to suspect that if you were dropped into the center of the sun with nothing but a wrench and a roll of duct tape, you would somehow find a way to lower the thermostat." Ennie just smiled, her eyes focused on the endless ribbon of highway stretching toward the horizon, tapping her thumbs on the steering wheel. "Just wait until we hit the Mojave, Mr. Twain," she yelled happily. "Then it gets really hot." I groaned, a sound that translated into a loud metallic grinding of my vocal gears, and prepared myself for the neon mirages of Nevada. Chapter 14, The Neon Mirage of Vegas. There is a distinct, measurable point in the Mojave Desert where the natural hostility of the earth simply gives up, surrendering entirely to the artificial, incandescent hostility of mankind. We had spent the better part of 2 days crossing the bleached, unforgiving expanse of the Nevada Badlands. Ennie's terrifying improvised cooling jacket, that crinkling, water-soaked cocoon of aluminum foil and dirty shop rags wrapped tightly around our fuel lines, had miraculously held the vapor lock at bay. The sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle sputtered and clattered its way through the blinding heat, a tiny vibrating speck of German engineering lost in an ocean of ancient dust and Joshua trees. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was a suffocating, hyper-arid furnace. My internal cooling fans had been whining continuously for 48 hours, their high-pitched mechanical drone harmonizing with the desperate rattling of the four-cylinder engine. I had reduced my internal steam pressure to the absolute minimum, venting only the most pathetic microscopic puffs of vapor from my mechanical cigar. The brass plating on my arms was baked to a temperature that would have easily fried an egg, had we possessed any eggs that hadn't already soft-boiled in Ennie's toolbox. As the sun finally mercifully plummeted behind the jagged purple silhouette of the spring mountains, the desert was plunged into a profound, chilling darkness. Yet, directly ahead of us, the horizon did not go black. It glowed. It was a sickly, pulsating aura of electric magenta, atomic tangerine, and blinding white, bleeding upward into the night sky like the localized fallout of a radioactive carnival. "Look at that light pollution, Mr. Twain," Ennie marveled, leaning forward over the steering wheel, her grease-smudged face bathed in the unnatural glow reflecting off the windshield. "It's incredible. We must be pulling enough electricity from the Hoover Dam to power a small European country just to light up one stretch of road." "It is not a city, Ennie," I observed, adjusting my bowler hat and running my spring-loaded brass wipers over my dusty glass lens eyes. "It is a beacon of profound institutionalized desperation. It is a monument to the terrifying efficiency of human vice, powered by alternating current and cheap cocktails. Welcome to Las Vegas." As we rattled over the city limits and merged onto the sprawling multi-lane artery of Las Vegas Boulevard, the infamous Strip, the transition was absolute and violently jarring. We had driven out of the Pleistocene epoch and directly into a kaleidoscope of mid-century excess. The year is 1968, and Las Vegas is in the absolute, undisputed throes of the Rat Pack era. The roadside was flanked not by trees or mesas, but by colossal, glittering palaces of indulgence. The Stardust, the Sahara, the Sands, the Flamingo. Each casino waged a relentless, blinding war for visual supremacy. Massive, animated neon signs towered hundreds of feet into the air, flashing, cascading, and exploding in a rhythmic, hypnotic frenzy. Our filthy, heavily oxidized sky-blue Beetle, still sporting a crushed coffee tin strapped to its exhaust pipe, sputtered down the boulevard, entirely surrounded by an armada of immaculate candy-colored Cadillacs, sleek Lincoln Continentals, and aggressive Ford Thunderbirds. The valets, dressed in crisp, ridiculous uniforms with gold epaulets, watched us pass with expressions of profound, unvarnished horror. "Can we pull over?" Ennie asked, her eyes darting frantically from a 50-foot neon cowboy to a massive, glowing pink flamingo. "Just for a minute? The bug needs to cool down anyway, and I absolutely have to see how they wire those marquee sequencing relays. The electrical load must be staggering." "By all means," I sighed, the mechanical grind of my voice barely audible over the roar of a passing Corvette. "Let us pause our transcontinental expedition so you may admire the wiring of a giant illuminated martini glass. I calculate my logic boards are already sufficiently traumatized. A stroll through a casino can hardly cause any further structural damage." She expertly coaxed the rattling, exhausted bug into the sprawling asphalt parking lot of the Sands Hotel, wedging it firmly between a pristine Jaguar E-Type and a massive Chrysler Imperial. When she killed the ignition, the engine did not simply stop. It shuddered, wheezed, and let out a long, hissing sigh of thermal relief. I unlatched my passenger door, my stiffened brass joints protesting with a loud, metallic scree-clack that echoed across the manicured pavement. I stepped out onto the hot asphalt, my heavy copper boots grounding me against the overwhelming sensory assault of the Strip. The air smelled intensely of hot dust, exhaust fumes, expensive perfume, and the sharp, unmistakable tang of electrical ozone. We walked toward the grand entrance, a strange, mismatched pair cutting through the throngs of sharply dressed tourists. Ennie was still wearing her grease-stained mechanic's jumpsuit, her sleeves rolled up, a smudge of motor oil permanently adorning her cheek. I was a hulking, clicking monolith of brass, copper wire, and glowing vacuum tubes, perpetually venting steam from my cigar. Yet, in Las Vegas, nobody seemed to care. We were merely another novelty in a city constructed entirely of them. We stepped through the massive glass doors, instantly trading the suffocating desert heat for a wall of aggressive, artificial air conditioning. The interior of the casino was a sprawling, windowless cavern, completely divorced from the concept of day or night. The carpets were a dizzying, violently patterned red and gold, designed specifically to disorient the eye and prevent the weary patron from looking at the floor. The noise was absolute and continuous. It was a cacophony of ringing bells, flashing sirens, the rhythmic clack, clack, clack of spinning roulette wheels, and the low, murmuring hum of 1,000 desperate conversations. Ennie stopped dead in her tracks, completely ignoring the blackjack tables and the well-dressed patrons sipping highballs. She was staring in absolute reverent awe at a long row of mechanical slot machines. "Mr. Twain, look at the precision," she whispered, stepping closer to an empty machine and eagerly inspecting the heavy chrome pull handle. "These aren't just games, they are masterpieces of mechanical engineering. Hundreds of interlocking gears, tension springs, and braking mechanisms, all designed to operate with absolute unyielding mathematical probability. The craftsmanship is flawless." "It is a remarkably efficient machine, I will concede," I drawled, leaning heavily on my brass walking stick and surveying the room with a cold, unblinking glass eye. "It requires absolutely no maintenance, it never complains, and its singular purpose is to systematically extract wealth from the gullible with the cold, unfeeling precision of a surgeon's scalpel. It is the perfect capitalist." I gestured with a heavy copper hand toward a row of patrons feeding silver coins into the machines, their faces bathed in the glow of the spinning reels, their expressions locked in a trance of automated hope. "Observe the human condition, Ennie," I continued, taking a slow, highly pressurized drag from my cigar and exhaling a plume of white steam that drifted over a nearby craps table. "These people have traveled thousands of miles, crossed deserts and mountains, merely to stand in an artificially cooled room and surrender their hard-earned capital to a box of springs and painted lemons. They do not gamble to win. The mathematics absolutely guarantee they will not win. They gamble for the temporary chemically induced illusion of hope. It is a tragedy written in neon and loose change." "You're missing the point," Ennie smiled, entirely immune to my cynicism. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a single greasy quarter, and fed it into the slot. She grabbed the heavy chrome handle and pulled it downward with a satisfying mechanical clunk. The reels spun into a blur of cherries, bells, and bars. They stopped one by one with a sharp click. Cherry, lemon, bell. Nothing happened. The machine swallowed her quarter with silent metallic indifference. "See?" she beamed, patting the side of the machine affectionately. "Perfect execution of probability. I just paid 25 cents to experience a flawless mechanical transaction. It's brilliant." "You are a woman entirely without reason," I muttered, shaking my brass head. "You possess the ability to look at a mechanism of absolute financial ruin and praise its tension springs." "And you," she countered, turning her back on the slot machines and looking out over the crowded casino floor, "possess the ability to look at a city that literally built an oasis of light in the middle of a dead desert and see nothing but the shadows." She had a point, though my analytical engines were fundamentally programmed to deny it. The sheer defiance of Las Vegas, the audacity to pump millions of gallons of water and route billions of watts of electricity into a barren wasteland simply to host a perpetual party, was, in its own absurd, wasteful way, a testament to human willpower. "Come along, Ennie," I sighed, the gears in my vocal box grinding softly. "Let us return to our sky-blue reality before the temptation to test your flawless mechanical probability drains our gasoline budget. We have a continent to conquer, and I prefer my mirages to be optical, not financial." We turned and walked back out through the glass doors, leaving the ringing bells and the clattering coins behind us. The Mojave night wrapped around us once more, the heat still radiating off the asphalt parking lot. As we climbed back into the violently rattling, painfully familiar confines of our Volkswagen, Ennie turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, and settled into its frantic, deafening rhythm. She pulled the bug out of the parking lot, merging back onto the blinding, neon-soaked artery of the Strip, pointing our tires south toward the darkness of the open desert. I adjusted my bowler hat and took one last look at the flashing marquee of the Stardust before it faded into the rearview mirror. It was a fascinating, terrifying detour, but I was suddenly, profoundly eager for the honest, brutal reality of the empty road. Chapter 15. A Nod to Route 66. The violent, neon-soaked hallucination of Las Vegas faded into my rearview optical sensors not a moment too soon. As we pushed southeast through the receding darkness of the Mojave, the artificial daytime of the Strip gave way to the honest, brutalizing reality of the high desert at dawn. By the time the sun cracked over the jagged horizon of western Arizona, it was already radiating a dry, unforgiving malice. The sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle rattled along the two-lane blacktop, an insignificant vibrating speck of German tin crawling across the anvil of the American Southwest. Inside our rolling convection oven, the atmosphere was a familiar, suffocating blend of hot vinyl, vaporized 30-weight motor oil, and the sharp tang of hot dust blowing through the open windows. My internal cooling fans hummed in a continuous, high-pitched drone, a desperate mechanical choir singing a hymn of thermal distress. Ennie's terrifying evaporative cooling jacket, the crinkled, waterlogged cocoon of aluminum foil wrapped tightly around our fuel lines, was miraculously holding the vapor lock at bay, though it required her to periodically pull over and aggressively douse the engine bay with our precious drinking water. We were currently tracing a lonely, sun-baked trajectory southward, aiming for the Mexican border. The landscape was a sprawling, desolate ocean of scrub brush, pale sand, and distant, flat-topped mesas that shimmered violently in the rising heat waves. "The bug is holding steady, Mr. Twain," Ennie announced, her voice bouncing effortlessly over the frantic sewing machine clatter of the air-cooled engine behind us. She had the sleeves of her grease-stained jumpsuit rolled up to her shoulders, her hair whipping in the hot cross-wind. She tapped the thin rim of the steering wheel to a rhythm only she could hear. "We should be crossing into Mexico by tomorrow at this pace." "Assuming, of course, that my internal solder does not achieve a liquid state before we reach Nogales," I replied, my vocal gears grinding dryly. I adjusted my bowler hat and took a slow, highly pressurized draw from my mechanical cigar. The resulting puff of steam was instantly vaporized by the arid desert air, vanishing before it even reached the windshield. I am currently functioning as a highly sophisticated steam-powered brick in a mobile kiln. I long for the freezing, miserable certainty of the Alcan highway. Ennie merely laughed, a bright, ringing sound that momentarily chased the oppressive heat from the cabin. She leaned forward, squinting through the dusty, bug-splattered windshield. "Check the map, would you?" she asked, gesturing vaguely toward the glove box. "We should be coming up on a major east-west junction soon." I unlatched the painted metal door of the glove box with a heavy copper finger and retrieved the violently creased, oil-stained map of Arizona. My internal gyroscopes and cartographic databases whirred as I cross-referenced our current trajectory with the printed lines. "We are approaching the intersection of our current southbound route and a major transcontinental artery," I confirmed, tracing a red line with my heavy brass thumb. However, my internal chronometer and geographic memory banks are currently experiencing a profound, unexpected resonance. "A resonance?" Ennie asked, glancing over at me. "Is your boiler pressure fluctuating again?" "My boiler is perfectly stable, Ennie," I said, my voice dropping its cynical edge, replaced by a slow, contemplative drawl. "It is my memory storage that is fluctuating. Tell me, do you recognize the specific geographic coordinates we are currently approaching?" Ennie slowed the rattling Beetle as the highway crested a low, scrub-covered ridge. Spread out before us was a wide, flat valley. Cutting horizontally across the valley floor was a ribbon of asphalt, shimmering in the heat. It was not the wide, pristine, divided concrete of the new interstate highways that were currently scarring the American landscape. It was an older, narrower road. Its edges were frayed, its surface patched and repatched with dark tar, resembling a long black scar stretched across the desert. Standing at the lonely intersection, battered by decades of wind and sun, was a simple, iconic white shield painted on a rusted metal sign. It bore 2 black numbers, 66. Ennie brought the Volkswagen to a slow, shuddering halt at the stop sign. She pushed the clutch pedal to the floor, leaving the engine to clatter in its erratic idle, and simply stared out the window. The silence inside the cabin stretched out, heavy and suddenly poignant. "The mother road," Ennie whispered, her voice devoid of its usual bouncy optimism. She reached up and wiped a streak of dust from her cheek, inadvertently mixing it with her permanent smudge of engine grease. Route 66, it feels like a lifetime ago. For a human, 28 years is indeed a substantial portion of a lifetime, I observed softly, my relays clicking in a slow rhythmic cadence. It was 1940. We were attempting to cross this exact same desert in a vehicle that possessed all the aerodynamic grace of a motorized telephone booth. Annie smiled, a wistful, genuine expression that reached her bright eyes. She pulled the handbrake with a ratcheting click, killed the ignition, and opened her door. The sudden cessation of the Beetle's violent vibration was shocking. I unlatched my passenger door and followed her out into the blinding Arizona heat, my heavy brass joints groaning in protest. We walked toward the rusted signpost, our boots crunching loudly on the gravel shoulder. To be a mechanical man is to possess a perfect, infallible memory. Human nostalgia is a soft, blurred thing, colored by emotion and the steady erosion of time. When humans remember the past, they remember how it felt. When I access my memory banks, I retrieve raw, uncorrupted data. I do not merely remember our 1940 journey, I can perfectly replay the exact acoustic frequency of the Model T's planetary transmission failing outside of Albuquerque. I can recall the precise, agonizing temperature of the boiling radiator water that erupted over my brass plating in the Texas Panhandle. Yet, as I stood next to my perpetually young mechanic, looking down that crumbling stretch of historic asphalt, I experienced an anomaly in my logic boards. I felt a distinct, unquantifiable warmth that had absolutely nothing to do with my internal boiler. "Do you remember the wooden spokes?" Annie asked, leaning against the wooden post of the road sign, staring eastward down the empty highway. The way they would groan and flex every time we hit a rut. I had to soak them in linseed oil every 3 days just to keep them from shrinking in this heat and shattering. I recall the wooden spokes with absolute, terrifying clarity, I drawled, stepping up beside her and resting my heavy hands on my brass walking stick. I also recall that starting the vehicle required you to stand in front of it and violently crank a metal handle, risking a fractured wrist every time the engine misfired. It was a machine that demanded physical combat before it would agree to transport you. "That was the charm of it, Mr. Twain," she laughed, turning to look at our sky-blue 1957 Beetle resting on the shoulder. "The Model T didn't hide anything from you. The engine was right there, an inline four standing tall and proud under a folding hood. You could see the spark plugs. You could reach the carburetor without contorting your spine. It was honest machinery." She gestured toward the enclosed, sloping rear end of the Volkswagen. "This bug," she continued, shaking her head affectionately, "is a marvel of packaging, I'll admit. A horizontally opposed flat four shoved into a tiny metal cave. But it's secretive. It hides its fan belt behind a shroud. It tucks its spark plugs away where you can barely reach them. It doesn't want you to tinker with it. It also, I pointed out, possesses actual windows that roll up, hydraulic brakes that do not rely entirely on the mechanical friction of a leather band, and a top speed that occasionally exceeds 35 miles per hour. I am a creature of nostalgia, Ennie, but I am not a masochist. I do not miss the Model T." "You miss the pace of it, though," she said quietly, her eyes returning to the cracked asphalt of Route 66. My internal processors paused. I adjusted my optical focus, looking down the long, empty ribbon of road. She was right. In 1940, the world moved at the speed of a sputtering, overheated Ford. The towns we passed through, the motor courts, the neon-lit diners, the solitary gas stations guarded by men in dusty overalls, they were intimately connected to the road. The journey was not merely a means of traversing distance. The journey was the entire point of the exercise. Now, in the aggressively modern year of 1968, the world was actively attempting to erase that intimacy. Just a few miles to the north, completely out of sight but undeniably present, the massive earth movers and paving machines were carving the deep, wide trenches of Interstate 40. The new highway was a brutal, efficient concrete river designed to bypass the small towns, bypass the quirky roadside attractions, and move travelers from point A to point B with a cold mathematical velocity. "The Mother Road is dying, Ennie," I said, my mechanical voice sounding strangely solemn in the vast, empty desert. "The modern American no longer wishes to experience the continent. They wish to ignore it at 70 miles per hour in a climate-controlled box. They are trading poetry for efficiency." "Things change, Mr. Twain," Ennie sighed, kicking a loose pebble across the hot tarmac. Her face, eternally youthful and untouched by the 28 years that had passed since our first adventure, looked suddenly very wise. "Engines get more complicated, roads get wider, but the fundamental rule of mechanics remains the same. Eventually, everything breaks down." She turned and looked up at my heavy brass face, the sunlight glinting off my glass lens eyes. "And when it breaks down," she smiled, tapping the pocket of her jumpsuit where her favorite wrench resided, "somebody has to be there to put it back together. That's why we're out here. Interstate or not, there's always going to be a need for baling wire, a good set of tools, and a little bit of optimism." I looked from her grease-smudged face to the battered, overheated, incredibly stubborn sky-blue Volkswagen waiting for us on the shoulder. It was a ridiculous vehicle, entirely unsuited for the monumental task we had assigned it. It was currently relying on a coffee tin and wet rags to survive the afternoon. It was perfect. "You are a terrifyingly resilient creature, Ennie," I rumbled, opening the valve on my cigar and releasing a long, majestic plume of white steam that rose straight up into the cloudless Arizona sky. "Very well. Let us leave the ghosts of 1940 to their rest. We have a 1957 German tin can to nurse across the Mexican border, and I suspect the local topography will not be nearly as accommodating as our memories." We turned our backs on the iconic white shield and walked back to the car. Ennie slid behind the wheel, primed the throttle, and turned the key. The bug's starter whined, the engine caught, and the familiar, deafening clatter shattered the quiet reverence of the desert once more. She threw the gear shift into first, and we pulled away from the crossroads, pointing the rounded nose of the Beetle south. I did not look back at Route 66. My internal gyroscopes were set firmly on the horizon, ready for the dust, the breakdowns, and the beautiful, mechanical chaos of the road ahead. Chapter 16. The Border at Nogales. The concept of a national border is, from a strictly analytical and mechanical perspective, an absurdity. It is an invisible, entirely theoretical line drawn in the dust by men in distant climate-controlled rooms, dividing a continuous geological expanse into arbitrary zones of differing bureaucratic misery. The Earth itself does not care that Arizona has suddenly become Sonora. The scorching sun bakes the scrub brush with equal malice on both sides of the fence, and the relentless choking dust coats the internal workings of a 1957 Volkswagen Beetle with complete and utter geopolitical indifference. We had spent the morning descending through the shimmering, hostile furnace of southern Arizona. Ennie's terrifying improvisational cooling jacket, that crinkling, damp cocoon of aluminum foil and dirty shop rags, had miraculously prevented our fuel lines from boiling dry, though she was forced to stop every 50 miles to douse the engine bay with our rapidly dwindling water supply. By the time the sprawling, chaotic twin cities of Nogales materialized through the heat haze, our sky-blue conveyance looked less like an automobile and more like a mobile scrap metal exhibition. We were caked in a thick layer of pale, calcified desert dust. The improvised coffee tin preheater strapped to our exhaust pipe rattled with a rhythmic metallic clatter that harmonized terribly with the whining of the air-cooled engine. As we navigated the congested, narrow streets approaching the port of entry, the atmosphere shifted violently from the desolate isolation of the open desert to a suffocating sensory overload. Nogales, in 1968, was a vibrant, frenetic bottleneck of commerce and transit. The air was thick with a heavy exhaust of idling diesel trucks, the sharp, mouth-watering aroma of roasting chilies and street meat from nearby vendors, and the relentless blaring of car horns. "Look at the energy, Mr. Twain!" Ennie shouted over the din, her grease-smudged face leaning out the driver's side window. She was bouncing in her seat, completely re-energized by the sheer chaos of civilization. "We're about to cross into Latin America, a whole new language, new roads, new mechanics. Do you have your Spanish translation matrices loaded?" "My linguistic databases are fully operational, Ennie," I ground out, my vocal gears vibrating as I adjusted my acoustic projection. The ambient temperature was forcing me to run my internal cooling fans at maximum velocity, producing a continuous high-pitched mechanical drone. However, my primary concern is not conjugating verbs. It is calculating the probability that the Mexican customs authorities will take one look at this rolling environmental disaster and permanently impound us for crimes against engineering. We rolled slowly into the designated inspection lane, the Beetle shuddering to a halt beneath a massive corrugated steel canopy that offered a brief, merciful respite from the tyrannical sun. The border checkpoint was a rigid, utilitarian structure of concrete and chain-link fencing. Several uniformed aduana, Mexican customs officials, were systematically dismantling the luggage of a pristine Cadillac Fleetwood ahead of us. They were men who possessed the weary, deeply suspicious expressions of professionals whose entire livelihood revolved around assuming everyone was lying to them. When the Cadillac finally pulled away, Ennie coaxed our vibrating tin can forward. We stopped with a pathetic squeaking groan from our heavily abused brake shoes. A customs officer, sporting a crisp khaki uniform, a sharply peaked cap, and a magnificent authoritative mustache, stepped up to the front of the Beetle. He held a clipboard in one hand and a heavy metal flashlight in the other. He stopped, staring down at the crushed coffee tin and the aggressive tangle of baling wire protruding from our rear bumper. He slowly shook his head, a gesture of profound international pity, before walking up to Ennie's window. "Buenos tardes," the officer said, his voice a low, gravelly baritone. He leaned down, resting his forearms on the windowsill, his dark eyes sweeping over Ennie's filthy, grease-stained mechanic's jumpsuit. "Documentos, por favor. And the purpose of your visit to Mexico?" "Buenos tardes, oficial." Ennie beamed, producing our passports and the vehicle's registration with a flourish. Her optimism was entirely immune to his stern demeanor. "Turismo! We are driving the Pan-American Highway all the way to Argentina." The officer paused. He looked at the registration papers, then looked at the tiny, violently vibrating sky-blue car. He looked back at Ennie, clearly attempting to determine if she was deeply intoxicated or simply insane. "Argentina," he repeated slowly, tasting the absurdity of the word. "In this coche?" "She's a tough little bug," Ennie defended cheerfully, patting the metal dashboard. "Open the back, please," the officer sighed, stepping away from the window. "I need to inspect the engine compartment and verify the chassis numbers." "Oh, certainly," Ennie said, her voice dropping a fraction of an octave. She killed the ignition, the engine sputtering and dying with a heavy thermal gasp. She hopped out of the car, jingling her keys, and walked to the rear. I unlatched my passenger door with a heavy metallic scree-clack, deciding it was best to assist in this diplomatic endeavor. I stepped out onto the concrete, my heavy copper boots hitting the ground with a definitive thud. The customs officer had just lifted the rear engine deck lid when I rounded the back of the car. He was standing frozen, his flashlight aimed directly at the engine bay. He was staring at the crinkling, water-soaked aluminum foil cocoon wrapped tightly around the fuel lines, and the thick, corrugated dryer ducting forcefully bypassing the heater boxes. It looked like the aftermath of a localized explosion in a commercial kitchen. "Señorita," the officer said slowly, his voice laced with genuine alarm. "What is this? Are you transporting explosive materials? Why is your engine wrapped in aluminum foil?" "It's an evaporative cooling jacket, officer," Ennie explained earnestly, stepping up beside him and gesturing with a grease-stained hand. We were suffering from severe vapor lock in the Mojave. The foil reflects the radiant heat from the block, while the wet rags underneath draw the thermal energy out of the fuel lines. It's perfectly safe. Mostly. The officer closed his eyes for a brief, agonizing second, pinching the bridge of his nose. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and finally turned his head to address me. "And you, senor," he began, his authoritative tone snapping back into place. "Do you have your—" He stopped. The words caught in his throat. His dark eyes widened, taking in my heavy brass boots, my riveted copper chest plate, the glowing amber warmth of the vacuum tubes visible behind my sternum, and my unblinking glass lens eyes. He looked at the mechanical cigar clamped in my brass jaw, which was currently venting a steady, pressurized stream of white steam into the sweltering Arizona border air. I adjusted my bowler hat with a sharp, mechanical click of my elbow joint. "Good afternoon, officer," I drawled, projecting my voice with crisp, metallic perfection, engaging my linguistic subroutines to deliver the greeting in flawless upper-class Spanish. "Buenas tardes. Le aseguro que no soy material de contrabando. I assure you, I am not smuggled contraband. I am Mark Twain, an analytical, steam-powered marvel of literature and logic." The officer took a rapid, stumbling step backward, his hand instinctively dropping to the leather flap of his holster. His gaze darted frantically from me to the aluminum-wrapped engine and back to Ennie. "Santa Madre de Dios," he whispered, crossing himself with lightning speed. "What is this brujeria? Is it a robot? A golem?" "He's a mechanical author, officer." Ennie laughed, completely oblivious to the man's mounting terror. "He runs on a closed-loop steam boiler and Charles Babbage logic engines. He just complains a lot about the heat and the roads and humanity in general." The officer stared at me, his chest heaving slightly. I stood perfectly still, allowing my internal relays to click in a slow, rhythmic, highly complex cadence that sounded distinctly unlike any known clockwork. I opened the valve on my cigar and released a prolonged, highly pressurized hiss of steam that billowed across the concrete, momentarily obscuring the rear bumper. "Officer," I continued, switching back to my resonant Missouri drawl, correctly calculating that a sophisticated English dialect would be more disarming than flawless Spanish coming from a brass automaton, "I can mathematically verify that our cargo consists entirely of heavily rusted tools, aggressively utilized spare parts, and a staggering lack of common sense. We pose absolutely no threat to the sovereign nation of Mexico, save for perhaps offending your local mechanics with our improvisational repairs." The border guard looked at his clipboard. He looked at the long line of massive, impatient American station wagons piling up in the inspection lane behind us, their drivers honking their horns in the sweltering heat. He looked at the terrifying steam-venting brass man, the grease-covered young woman, and the sky-blue car that appeared to be held together entirely by kitchen supplies and blind faith. Bureaucracy, when faced with absolute, incomprehensible absurdity, will almost always choose the path of least resistance. He violently slammed the engine deck lid shut. He aggressively stamped our paperwork with a heavy ink pad, shoving the documents back into Ennie's hands without making eye contact. "Go!" he croaked, his voice strained, waving his flashlight toward the open gate. "Just go. Vaya con Dios, and please take your metal demon away from my checkpoint." "Muchas gracias, official!" Ennie cheered, practically skipping back to the driver's side door. I clambered back into the sweltering passenger seat, my heavy joints creaking. As Ennie fired up the rattling engine, and we rolled slowly past the heavy steel gates, leaving the United States behind, I vented a massive, triumphant cloud of steam that completely filled the cabin. "You see, Ennie?" I mused over the deafening clatter of the flat four. "Diplomacy is merely the art of presenting a situation so utterly baffling that the authorities prefer to let you leave rather than attempt the paperwork. We are officially international." "Next stop, the Sonora Desert." Ennie grinned, wrestling the Beetle into the chaotic, vibrant traffic of Nogales, Mexico. "Keep your eyes peeled for a good taco stand, Mr. Twain. The Pan-American Highway is officially open for business." I adjusted my internal gyroscopes to true south, braced my brass arms against the metal dashboard as we hit our first massive Mexican pothole, and prepared my logic boards for the wild, unpredictable descent into Latin America. Chapter 17. The Sonora Desert. To cross the Sonora Desert in the middle of the day is to subject oneself to a punitive atmospheric assault that defies all rational explanation. I had previously categorized the Mojave as the absolute pinnacle of geographic hostility, but as our sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle rattled deeper into the vast, unforgiving expanse of northern Mexico, I was forced to furiously recalibrate my internal barometers. Sonora is not merely hot. It is a geologic anvil upon which the sun relentlessly hammers the earth into a fine, blindingly pale dust. We were navigating the crumbling two-lane blacktop of Mexican Federal Highway 15, a road that seemed less engineered than it was begrudgingly scraped across the desert floor. On either side of the violently vibrating asphalt stood armies of towering saguaro cacti, their thorny arms raised toward the merciless, cloudless sky like silent, desperate sentries pleading for rain. The heat waves radiating off the tarmac distorted the horizon into a shimmering pool of liquid glass, making it entirely impossible to determine where the desert ended and the sky began. Inside the uninsulated metal confines of our rolling convection oven, the situation had progressed from dire to actively critical. Ennie's terrifying improvisational cooling jacket, the crinkling waterlogged cocoon of aluminum foil and dirty shop rags wrapped tightly around our fuel lines, had managed to keep the vapor lock at bay for the first 100 miles south of the border. However, the ambient temperature of Sonora was currently demonstrating a profound disrespect for her kitchen appliance engineering. The oppressive dry heat was evaporating the water from the rags faster than she could replenish it. I sat rigidly in the passenger seat, my heavy brass joints practically seizing from the thermal expansion. My internal cooling fans were whining at a continuous, deafening, high-pitched scream, fighting a losing battle against the scalding air blowing through the open windows. I had reduced the pressure in my internal coal-fired boiler to the absolute minimum, terrified that a sudden spike in temperature might cause my riveted copper chest plate to violently rupture. The brass plating on my arms and shins was searing hot to the touch, and the thin, wispy trail of steam venting from my mechanical cigar was instantly vaporized by the arid air. "Ennie!" I rasped, my vocal gears grinding with a dry, metallic, agonizing friction. I snapped my spring-loaded brass wipers across my glass lens eyes, clearing a thick layer of fine, powdery dust. My internal thermometers have officially surrendered. I am no longer recording temperature. I am merely recording pain. If we do not locate a source of hydration soon, I calculate a 98% probability that I will permanently melt into the passenger seat, becoming a highly sophisticated, steam-powered upholstery upgrade. Ennie was hunched over the thin, cracked rim of the steering wheel, her face a mask of exhausted determination. Her heavy canvas mechanic's jumpsuit, usually a source of immense pride, was currently acting as a wearable sauna. The permanent smudge of dark engine grease on her cheek was streaked with heavy perspiration, and her hands were gripping the wheel with white-knuckled intensity. "I know, Mr. Twain, I know," she shouted over the frantic sewing machine clatter of the air-cooled engine behind us. The flat-four motor sounded decidedly asthmatic, laboring heavily in the thin, blistering air. The water jug is bone dry. The rags under the foil are baking. If we don't get some liquid on those fuel lines in the next 10 miles, the gasoline is going to flash boil in the pump again, and we'll be walking. Walking, I noted dryly, is an activity reserved for those who possess biological hydration reserves and a death wish. I possess neither. We crested a low, scrub-covered ridge, the Beetle's suspension groaning in protest against a particularly brutal pothole. As we descended, into the next sprawling, sun-baked valley, Annie suddenly slammed her foot onto the brake pedal. The lightweight rear end of the Volkswagen fish-tailed slightly in the loose gravel as we slowed to a shuddering crawl. "Look!" She pointed with a greasy finger through the bug-splattered windshield. Roughly a mile off the highway, situated at the end of a deeply rutted dirt path, was a small, dusty cluster of buildings. It was a traditional Sonoran rancho, built entirely of thick, sun-baked adobe bricks that blended perfectly into the surrounding desert. A rusted windmill, its metal blades hanging motionless in the dead air, stood like a lonely beacon above a series of crude mesquite wood corrals. A few incredibly thin, remarkably resilient cattle stood perfectly still in the narrow strips of shade cast by the fencing. "It is a hallucination," I declared, adjusting my bowler hat. "It is a cruel optical mirage brought on by the complete desiccation of your human brain. There is no civilization out there." "Mirage or not, I'm taking the chance," Annie declared, aggressively downshifting the manual transmission and wrestling the heavy steering wheel to the right. The Beetle lurched off the pavement and onto the dirt path, instantly kicking up a massive, blinding rooster tail of pale dust. The vehicle violently bucked and heaved over the deep, baked ruts, my heavy copper frame slamming repeatedly against the door panel. The improvised coffee tin preheater strapped to our exhaust pipe rattled with a terrifying metallic cacophony, announcing our arrival to the empty desert like a broken alarm bell. We pulled into the dirt courtyard of the ranch, the engine letting out a final, pathetic, wet cough before Annie killed the ignition. The sudden silence was absolute, heavy, and crushing. The only sound was the sharp, metallic ticking of our overheated engine block desperately trying to shed its thermal misery, and the low, rhythmic hum of my internal vacuum tubes. The main adobe house featured a wide, shaded veranda supported by heavy, rough-hewn wooden beams. As the dust from our arrival slowly settled, a figure emerged from the cool shadows of the porch. It was an older man, deeply weathered by decades of Sonoran sun. He wore a crisp, faded western shirt, heavily worn denim jeans, and a wide-brimmed woven straw hat that cast his face in deep shadow. His skin was the texture of tanned leather, lined with the deep creases of a life spent squinting against the glare. He possessed an air of profound, unhurried calm that stood in stark contrast to our frantic, vibrating arrival. He walked slowly down the wooden steps, his thumbs hooked casually into his belt loops, and approached our filthy, sky-blue tin can. He looked at the crushed coffee tin on the exhaust, the aggressive tangle of baling wire holding our rear bumper together, and finally at Ennie, who was practically tumbling out of the driver's side door with our empty canvas water jug. "Hola," the man said softly, his voice a rich, gravelly baritone that seemed to perfectly match the landscape. "Parece que su pequeño coche tiene sed. It looks like your little car is thirsty." "Sí, señor, mucha sed." Annie beamed, utilizing her enthusiastic, if slightly broken, Spanish. "Agua, por favor, for the car and for us. We are completely dry." The man smiled, a warm, genuine expression that crinkled the corners of his dark eyes. He nodded slowly, gesturing toward a large galvanized metal trough near the windmill. "Hay agua fresca allí. Fresh water. Help yourself, señorita." I unlatched my passenger door with a heavy metallic groan, deciding it was time to formally introduce myself to our Savior. I stepped out into the blinding sunlight, my heavy brass boots hitting the packed dirt with a definitive ringing clank. The rancher stopped dead in his tracks. His smile vanished, replaced by an expression of absolute paralyzed bewilderment. He stared at my riveted copper chest plate, the glowing amber warmth of my vacuum tubes, and my unblinking glass lens eyes. He watched the mechanical cigar clamped in my brass jaw vent, a steady, highly pressurized stream of white steam into the sweltering air. "Madre de Dios," he whispered, instinctively taking a slow step backward. "Buenas tardes, señor," I drawled, projecting my voice with crisp, metallic perfection, engaging my linguistic subroutines to deliver flawless, aristocratic Spanish. "Le pido disculpas por la intrusión. Soy Mark Twain, una maravilla analítica impulsada por vapor. Le aseguro que, a pesar de mi apariencia de bronce, poseo un inmenso respeto por su hospitalidad y ninguna intención hostil. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Mark Twain, an analytical, steam-powered marvel. I assure you that despite my brass appearance, I possess an immense respect for your hospitality and no hostile intent." The rancher stared at me for a long, terrible moment. The desert wind rustled the dry mesquite bushes. I could practically see his mind struggling to categorize the towering steam-venting automaton, politely speaking perfect Spanish, in his front yard. Then, entirely defying my analytical predictions, the man threw his head back and let out a booming, resonant laugh. "Un hombre de metal que habla como un poeta," he roared, slapping his denim-clad thigh. "A metal man who speaks like a poet." I have seen many strange things come down that highway, gringos in broken cars, but never a walking locomotive. Welcome to my rancho, Senor Twain. I am Don Arturo. "The pleasure is entirely mine, Don Arturo," I replied, adjusting my bowler hat with a sharp mechanical click of my elbow joint. "Though I must confess my current thermodynamic state feels less like a poet and more like a poorly maintained frying pan." While I engaged in polite diplomacy, Ennie was moving with the frantic, purposeful speed of a mechanic on a deadline. She had rushed to the trough, filled our canvas jug, and sprinted to the rear of the Beetle. She threw open the engine deck lid, exposing the scorching, oil-scented cavern of the engine bay. She did not hesitate. She poured the cool water directly onto the crinkling, aluminum foil-wrapped fuel lines. The reaction was violent and instantaneous. The water hit the superheated metal and shop rags underneath, instantly flash boiling with a massive, deafening hiss. A huge cloud of white steam erupted from the engine compartment, entirely engulfing Ennie in a localized fog bank. Don Arturo watched this mechanical heresy with wide eyes. "Senorita, you are boiling your engine." "Evaporative cooling, Don Arturo." Ennie coughed, waving the steam away with a grease-stained hand and beaming triumphantly. "It draws the heat right out of the lines. The bug is ready for another 50 miles. Don Arturo shook his head, a mixture of amusement and profound pity washing over his weathered face. He looked at Ennie, completely covered in dust, sweat, and engine oil, and then looked at me, a ticking, hissing brass monolith. "You Americans," he chuckled softly, "you build machines to cross the desert, and then you must fight the machines to survive. Come, the sun is at its highest. You cannot drive in this heat. You will rest on my porch, and my wife will bring you food. The metal man can cool his boiler." It was an offer that defied the cold, calculating logic of the modern highway. In the United States, a stranded motorist was an inconvenience to be quickly towed away or ignored. Here, in the brutal, unforgiving heart of Sonora, a stranger in need was treated with an almost sacred obligation of hospitality. We followed Don Arturo up the wooden steps and onto the deep, shaded veranda. The temperature drop was immediate and merciful. I seated my heavy metal frame on a sturdy wooden bench, my joints creaking loudly, and allowed my internal fans to finally, slowly cycle down from their desperate whine. A few moments later, Don Arturo's wife, a small, fiercely efficient woman with kind eyes, emerged from the house carrying a massive ceramic platter. The aroma that followed her was intoxicating, even to a machine lacking biological hunger. She set the platter down on a heavy wooden table. It was piled high with authentic northern Mexican cuisine. There were long, incredibly thin, fresh flour tortillas, a staple of the Sonoran desert, charred slightly at the edges from an open comal. Next to them was a steaming mound of carne asada, beef that had been marinated in citrus and garlic and grilled over fragrant mesquite wood, chopped into sizzling perfection. There were small bowls of vibrant, violently red salsa, fresh lime wedges, and crumbled cotija cheese. "Eat, eat," Don Arturo insisted, gesturing to Ennie. "You cannot fight the desert on an empty stomach." Ennie, who possessed the caloric requirements of a small, hyperactive lumberjack, did not need to be told twice. She built a massive taco, wrapping the warm flour tortilla around a generous helping of beef and salsa, and took a massive bite. Her eyes closed in absolute, unadulterated culinary bliss. "This," she mumbled around a mouthful of food, a tear of joy practically forming in her eye, "is the greatest thing I have ever tasted in my entire life. The mesquite smoke, the spices, it's perfect." I sat quietly, observing the ritual. I cannot consume physical food. My internal boiler requires only a steady supply of high-grade anthracite coal and pure water to generate the steam that powers my logic engines. Yet, as I watched Don Arturo and his wife smile with genuine pleasure at Ennie's voracious appetite, I felt a strange, analytical appreciation for the scene. "It is a fascinating paradox of the human condition, Don Arturo," I observed, taking a slow, respectful puff from my cigar. "You reside in a landscape that is actively, aggressively hostile to biological life. The desert offers nothing but heat, dust, and thorns. Yet instead of becoming hardened and hostile yourselves, you offer the fruits of your immense labor to absolute strangers, expecting nothing in return. It is a highly inefficient, yet undeniably beautiful, social algorithm." Don Arturo leaned back in his wooden chair, tipping his straw hat up slightly to look at me. "It is not an algorithm, Señor Twain," he said softly, looking out over the shimmering baked expanse of the valley. "It is survival. The desert is too big, and we are too small. If we do not share the water, if we do not share the shade, the desert wins. Today, you are the stranger needing the shade. Tomorrow, it may be me on the side of the road. We survive by remembering that we are all walking the same hot earth." I processed his words, running them through my Charles Babbage logic engines. The mathematics of his philosophy were sound, lacking entirely in the cynical, self-serving logic that defined so much of the modern era. It was a profound, localized wisdom forged in the crucible of the sun. We remained on the shaded veranda for several hours, allowing the worst of the afternoon heat to burn itself out. Ennie consumed a staggering amount of carne asada, while I engaged Don Arturo in a lengthy philosophical discussion regarding the mechanical reliability of windmills versus the erratic nature of modern electrical grids. He was a man of immense practical intellect, and I found his company far more stimulating than the majority of the high society humanists I had encountered in my manufactured life. By the time the sun began its slow, bruised descent toward the western horizon, painting the Sonora desert in magnificent, violent shades of violet, crimson, and deep orange, the temperature had finally broken. Ennie stood up, stretching her arms and wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. She looked completely revitalized, her unkillable optimism returning in full force. Don Arturo, Señora, Ennie said, bowing slightly in gratitude, we cannot thank you enough. You saved our engine, and you definitely saved my stomach. Vaya con Dios, señorita. Don Arturo smiled, walking us back out to the waiting Volkswagen. He patted the painted metal hood of the Beetle affectionately. Drive carefully. The roads do not get better the further south you go. I am mathematically certain they will deteriorate, I agreed, unlatching my passenger door and climbing back into the cabin. However, thanks to your profound hospitality, I believe my mechanic possesses enough caloric energy to physically carry this vehicle to the coast if necessary. Ennie laughed, sliding behind the wheel and twisting the ignition key. The engine, having fully cooled, caught immediately, settling into a strong, steady, deafening clatter. She threw it into gear, and we rolled slowly out of the dirt courtyard, waving our goodbyes to the ranchers who had offered us an oasis in the inferno. As we merged back onto the crumbling asphalt of Highway 15 and pointed the rounded nose of the Beetle south toward the impending darkness, I adjusted my bowler hat and settled back against the seat. Well, Mr. Twain, Ennie smiled, glancing over at me, still think humanity is nothing but a collection of selfish, inefficient gears? I stand by my general cynical assessment of the species, I drawled, venting a long, satisfied plume of white steam into the cooling desert air. However, I will concede that there are localized anomalies. And if the rest of Latin America possesses even a fraction of the hospitality of Sonora, I calculate our odds of surviving this fool's errand have improved by a statistically significant margin. Now, drive on, my dear mechanic. Let us see if your foil jacket can survive the night. Chapter 18. Generator Blues. The transition from the sweltering, sun-bleached hostility of the Sonoran day to the profound indigo silence of a desert night is a shift that even my most sophisticated thermal sensors struggle to reconcile. One moment, the world is a white-hot anvil of radiation. The next, it is a chilling, star-strewn void where the heat vanishes into the stratosphere as if it never existed. We had left the hospitable adobe walls of Don Arturo's ranch several hours ago, fueled by charred beef, fresh tortillas, and a brief, localized hope that the mechanical gods had finally tired of tormenting us. The sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle hummed along the dark ribbon of Highway 15, its four-cylinder heart beating with a steady, frantic rhythm. However, as the moon climbed higher over the jagged silhouettes of the Sierra Madre Occidental, I noticed a subtle, alarming degradation in our visual field. Ennie, I stated, my vocal gears grinding with a dry, metallic resonance. I adjusted my optical focus, my brass irises clicking as they dilated to capture the receding light. Unless the Mexican government has suddenly decided to dim the very stars themselves to save on celestial expenditures, I believe our primary illumination is suffering from a systemic lethargy. Ennie leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. The twin beams of our headlights, which had previously been a modest, sickly yellow, were now fading into a dim, ghostly orange glow. They barely reached the edge of the bumper, illuminating the asphalt with the approximate power of two dying glowworms trapped in a jar of marmalade. "The wipers are slowing down, too," Ennie muttered, reaching out to toggle the switch. The small brass wipers executed a slow, agonizing crawl across the glass, sounding like a tired insect dragging itself through molasses. She glanced down at the single circular gauge on the dashboard. In the faint, flickering light of the instrument cluster, a small, menacing red lamp had begun to glow. It was the G light. The universal automotive signal for the generator has left the building. "Generator blues," Ennie sighed, her cheerful bounce finally replaced by a grim, mechanical focus. She tapped the glass of the speedometer. "The battery isn't charging. We're running entirely on whatever juice is left in that 6-volt lead-acid box, and between the headlights and the ignition coil, we're bleeding out." "A 6-volt system," I observed, venting a small, frustrated puff of steam from my mechanical cigar. The absolute pinnacle of post-war German frugality. It is a miracle of inefficiency. My internal logic boards require more galvanic current to process a sarcastic remark than this entire vehicle possesses to traverse a continent. If that battery dies, the spark plugs will cease their labor, and we shall become a permanent sky-blue monument to the invention of the alternator. "We can't stop here," Ennie said, her eyes scanning the dark, desolate horizon. "If we kill the engine, we won't have enough crank power to restart it. We have to find a place with a light, or at least a pile of junk." For 10 agonizing miles, we limped through the darkness. The engine began to stutter, the spark growing weak as the voltage plummeted. The headlights were now nothing more than a faint orange suggestion. Just as I was calculating the exact coordinates for our impending stranding, a flickering neon sign materialized through the dust. It was a llanteria, a roadside tire repair shack constructed of corrugated tin, scrap wood, and optimistic prayers. It sat under a single, buzzing, incandescent bulb that cast long skeletal shadows across a literal graveyard of discarded rubber and rusted metal. Ennie steered the dying Beetle into the dirt lot, the engine letting out a final pathetic cough-sputter-wheeze before it expired entirely. The silence that followed was absolute, save for the rhythmic tink, tink, tink of the cooling metal and the low, mournful howl of a distant coyote. "Right," Ennie said, throwing open her door and grabbing her heavy metal toolbox. "Mr. Twain, I'm going to need your eyes and your chest." "I beg your pardon?" I inquired, unlatching my door with a heavy metallic groan. "The vacuum tubes," she explained, already popping the rear engine deck lid. "They put out a steady amber glow. If you stand right behind the bumper and lean forward, you'll be the best work light I've ever had. Plus, you can vent a little steam if I need to heat up a stubborn bolt." I trudged to the rear of the vehicle, my heavy copper boots crunching in the dry Sonoran dirt. I positioned myself over the engine bay, adjusting my internal relays to increase the power to my primary logic arrays. My chest plate, ribbed with copper and brass, began to radiate a warm golden luminescence as my vacuum tubes hummed with effort. "Perfect," Ennie whispered. She was already waist-deep in the engine compartment, her wrenches clinking against the generator housing. The 1957 Beetle's generator is a stout, cylindrical beast, mounted directly on top of the engine and driven by the same fan belt that keeps the motor from melting. It is the heart of the electrical system, a primitive spinning dynamo that converts rotational energy into the meager trickle of electrons required to keep the lights on. Within 15 minutes, Ennie had the generator unbolted and resting on a grease-stained burlap sack on the ground. She worked with a frantic surgical precision, her grease-smudged face inches from the metal. She pulled the rear plate off the generator, and even I could see the problem. "Brushes are gone," she announced, holding up two tiny pulverized nubs of black carbon, worn down to the springs. "They aren't making contact with the commutator. No contact, no current, no current, no Argentina." "And I presume the local Sonoran branch of the Volkswagen parts department is currently closed for the century?" I asked, leaning over her shoulder, my glass eyes whirring as I analyzed the damage. "Better," Ennie grinned, standing up and looking toward the shack. "That Lanteria is a gold mine of junk. Stay there, Mr. Twain. Don't stop glowing." She vanished into the shadows of the tin shack, leaving me to stand guard over our disemboweled vehicle. I took a slow draw from my cigar, the tip glowing red in the darkness. I contemplated the sheer fragility of the human-built world. Here was a machine designed to conquer the Autobahn, defeated by 2 grams of compressed charcoal. My own steam-powered systems, though complex, possessed a certain honest Victorian reliability that these modern electrical contraptions lacked. After several minutes of clattering and the sound of falling metal, Ennie emerged from the shack like a triumphant scavenger. In one hand, she held a rusted, 3-blade oscillating electric fan that looked like it had been manufactured during the Great Depression. "Found this in the back," she panted, dropping to her knees by the generator. "It's a 110-volt AC motor, but the brushes are almost always bigger than what we need." "You intend to perform a transplant?" I asked, fascinated despite my cynicism. "Watch me," she said. She used a small screwdriver to prise the brushes out of the old fan motor. They were indeed larger, thick, rectangular blocks of carbon. She then produced a coarse metal file from her toolbox and began to work. Scritch, scritch, scritch. For 30 minutes, the only sound in the desert was the rhythmic rasp of the file. Ennie was meticulously shaving the carbon blocks down, millimeter by millimeter, shaping them to fit the specific, narrow channels of the Bosch generator. The black dust coated her fingers and mixed with the engine grease on her jumpsuit. "Engineering is just a matter of making one thing look like another thing until the physics forgets the difference," she muttered, her tongue poking out the corner of her mouth. Finally, she blew the dust off the modified brushes and slid them into the generator housing. They clicked into place, the springs holding them firmly against the copper commutator. She spun the shaft by hand. "Smooth as silk," she beamed. She reassembled the generator, bolted it back onto the engine, and tensioned the fan belt with a practiced flick of a screwdriver. She wiped her hands on a rag and looked at me. "Ready, Mr. Twain? I'm going to need a push." "A push?" I repeated, my vocal gears grinding. "I am a mechanical man of letters, Ennie, not a draft horse. I am constructed of heavy brass and copper. My gyroscopes are not designed for high-impact locomotive assistance. If we don't pop-start it, the battery won't have enough juice to turn the starter," she reasoned. "Just a little shove. Get us rolling in second gear, and when I drop the clutch, she'll fire. Then the generator will take over and charge the battery while we drive." I sighed, a long pressurized hissing of steam that billowed around my bowler hat. I walked to the rear of the Beetle, placed my heavy copper palms against the cold metal of the deck lid, and braced my joints. "On three!" Ennie shouted from the driver's seat. "1, 2, 3!" I engaged my primary drive servos. My internal boiler hissed as I diverted maximum pressure to my lower extremities. With a rhythmic, mechanical grunt, I pushed. The Beetle was surprisingly light, but the dirt was soft. My heavy boots dug deep into the Sonoran earth. Clack, crunch, clack, crunch. We began to roll, 10 feet, 20 feet. The bug picked up speed as we hit the slight incline of the highway shoulder. "Now!" I barked. Inside the car I heard the violent thud of the clutch engaging. The engine groaned, the rear tires chirped on the asphalt, and then, with a triumphant smoky roar, the flat four erupted into life. The headlights instantly flared from a dim orange to a brilliant, piercing white. The red G light on the dashboard flickered once and vanished. Ennie leaned out the window, her face lit by the dashboard glow, her hair a chaotic mess of grease and carbon dust. "She's charging, Mr. Twain. We're back in business." I stood on the side of the road, dusting off my brass lapels and venting a massive, celebratory cloud of steam into the night air. I adjusted my bowler hat, my joints clicking back into their resting alignment. "A masterfully executed bit of thievery, Ennie," I drawled, walking back to the passenger door. "I shall have to record a chapter on the ethical implications of cannibalizing household appliances to fuel a continental obsession. But for now, I believe the coast of Mazatlán is calling, and I would very much like to reach it before you decide to rebuild the transmission out of discarded silverware." Ennie laughed, threw the car into gear, and we pulled back onto the dark highway. The lights were bright, the battery was full, and the mechanical man and the optimist were once again moving south, leaving the ghosts of the Sonoran desert behind. Chapter 19. Mazatlán Coastline. The transition from the arid, bone-bleached silence of the Sonora desert to the humid, salt-slicked cacophony of the Mexican coast is not merely a change in geography, it is a full-scale atmospheric coup. For days, our sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle had been a vibrating speck in a world of dust and thorns, a landscape so dry it seemed to actively resent the presence of liquid. But as we rattled southward, the Sierra Madre Occidental began to pull back its jagged curtains and the air underwent a thick, heavy transformation. The dust was replaced by a fine, invisible mist of salt. The scrub brush surrendered to the lush, aggressive greenery of the tropics. And then, as we crested a final palm-fringed rise, the world simply ended. "The Pacific," I murmured, my voice box grinding with a localized mechanical awe that I found quite difficult to suppress. I adjusted my optical lenses, the brass irises clicking as they focused on the horizon. It was an impossible expanse of deep, shimmering turquoise, stretching out until the very curvature of the earth turned it into a bruised violet. After 1,000 miles of brown and gray, the sheer vibrancy of the ocean was a shock to my logic boards. It was a liquid frontier, a vast, undulating desert of water that possessed a majesty far more intimidating than the sand we had just conquered. "Look at it, Mr. Twain!" Ennie shouted, her voice nearly lost in the roar of the surf and the frantic, air-cooled clatter of the engine. She had both windows rolled all the way down, her hair a chaotic, wind-blown nest of curls and grease. "Smell that? That's salt air. That's the smell of a whole new world." "What I smell, Ennie," I replied, my vocal gears vibrating in the thick, humid air, "is the scent of impending oxidation. This atmosphere is a saturated solution of salt and moisture, a chemical cocktail designed specifically to turn my brass plating into a fine green patina. I am currently experiencing a profound structural anxiety. If we remain here too long, I shall arrive in South America looking less like a mechanical marvel and more like a discarded shipwreck." Ennie merely laughed, her bright eyes fixed on the coastline. "Oh, don't worry about a little salt, Mr. Twain. I'll give you a good beeswax buffing tonight. But first, we explore." She steered the Beetle onto the Malecon, the sprawling, miles-long boardwalk that hugs the Mazatlán coast. It was 1968, and the city was a vibrant, sun-drenched explosion of life. The architecture was a fascinating, beautiful mess of Spanish colonial elegance and mid-century tropical modernism. Whitewashed buildings with wrought iron balconies stood shoulder to shoulder with colorful, neon-lit hotels that seemed to be reaching for the palms. The boardwalk itself was a theater of the human condition. Men in crisp white linen shirts and straw hats strolled alongside tourists in vibrant, garish Hawaiian prints. Vendors sold roasted corn, fresh mangoes carved into the shape of flowers, and intricately woven baskets. The air was thick with the smell of wood smoke, frying fish, and the sweet, heavy perfume of jasmine. Our arrival did not go unnoticed. A sky-blue German car caked in 2,000 miles of international dust, featuring a crushed coffee tin strapped to its exhaust and a crinkling shroud of aluminum foil visible through the rear vents, was a spectacle in its own right. But the sight of the passenger, a hulking, clicking monolith of brass and copper, perpetually venting steam from a mechanical cigar, was enough to bring the local commerce to a temporary, bewildered standstill. "Observe, Ennie," I drawled, projecting my voice with a crisp, aristocratic resonance that cut through the sound of the crashing waves. "We have achieved the status of a localized phenomenon. The populace is staring with an intensity usually reserved for lunar eclipses or tax collectors. I believe that small child has just dropped his ice cream in pure, unadulterated terror." "They're just curious," Ennie beamed, waving a grease-smudged hand at a group of fishermen mending nets near the seawall. "It's not every day a mechanical genius and a legendary author roll into town." She found a parking spot near the Plazuela Machado, the historic heart of the old city. The Beetle let out a final sputtering sigh as she killed the ignition. The sudden silence was filled instantly by the distant rhythmic thumping of a mariachi band and the cry of seagulls overhead. I unlatched my passenger door with a heavy metallic scree-clack. I stepped out onto the hot pavement, my heavy copper boots hitting the ground with a definitive ringing thud. The humidity hit my heated chassis like a physical weight. My internal steam pressure was holding steady, but I was forced to vent a prolonged, highly pressurized hiss of white vapor to compensate for the atmospheric density. "Ennie," I said, leaning heavily on my brass walking stick as we began to stroll toward the water, "I must confess that while this environment is an affront to my metallurgy, it possesses a certain aesthetic competence. The humans here seem to have achieved a harmony with the elements that was entirely absent in the frantic neon of Las Vegas." We walked toward the edge of the sea wall, where the Pacific was hurling itself against the jagged volcanic rocks with a terrifying rhythmic violence. A group of local teenagers were gathered on a high, rocky promontory known as El Clavadista. "Wait!" Ennie gasped, grabbing my copper forearm with a frantic grip. "Mr. Twain, look at that boy! What is he doing?" High above the churning white foam surf, a young man stood on a narrow ledge of rock. He was bronzed by the sun, wearing nothing but a pair of faded trunks. He looked impossibly small against the backdrop of the massive ocean. He stood perfectly still for a moment, his arms outstretched, as if measuring the very wind. Then, with a grace that defied gravity, he launched himself into the abyss. He plummeted 50 feet, a blurred arc of human willpower, disappearing into the narrow gap between the jagged rocks just as a massive wave retreated. For a heart-stopping second, the ocean swallowed him whole. Then his head popped up through the foam, and he began a strong, rhythmic swim back toward the shore. "That," I observed, my internal relays clicking in a slow, stunned cadence, "is a master class in the human disregard for self-preservation. He has just gambled his entire biological existence on a 3-second flight and the timing of a tide. The mathematics of that dive are horrifyingly narrow." "It was beautiful," Ennie whispered, her eyes wide with a hushed, reverent awe. "It was like he was part of the machine, the ocean, the rocks, the gravity. He just timed it all perfectly." "He is a romantic fool," I grumbled, though I found myself adjusting my bowler hat in a gesture of silent respect. "But I suppose the world requires a few fools to remind the rest of us that the laws of physics can occasionally be negotiated." We spent the afternoon wandering through the narrow, winding streets of the old town. Ennie was fascinated by the intricate wrought-iron gates and the heavy wooden doors of the colonial houses, her fingers tracing the patterns as if she were reading a blueprint. I, meanwhile, engaged in a brief, highly informative conversation with a local clockmaker who was attempting to repair a 19th-century French mantel clock. His tools were primitive, but his understanding of escapement mechanisms was profound, and we spent a delightful hour discussing the inherent flaws of the pendulum in a humid climate. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, we returned to the Mazatlán. The sky was no longer turquoise. It had transformed into a violent, magnificent tapestry of burning gold, deep violet, and blood orange. The Pacific seemed to catch fire, the waves reflecting the dying light in a series of shimmering liquid explosions. We sat on the stone seawall, the mechanical man and the optimist, watching the day surrender to the tropical night. "Next stop, Guadalajara," Ennie said softly, her voice carrying over the sound of the surf. She leaned her head back, looking up at the first stars beginning to twinkle through the salt haze. "I hear the architecture there is even older, and the mountains are supposed to be incredible." "Older architecture means more narrow streets," I noted, taking a slow, contemplative draw from my mechanical cigar and exhaling a plume of white steam that mingled with the ocean mist. And mountains mean more opportunities for our brakes to achieve a state of spontaneous combustion. But for tonight, Ennie, I believe this particular Mirage is entirely adequate. Ennie smiled, a genuine, peaceful expression that made her look even younger than her perpetual years. She patted the pocket of her jumpsuit, where the handle of her favorite wrench was visible, and looked out at the dark, beckoning ocean. "We're doing it, Mr. Twain," she whispered. "We're actually doing it." "So it would seem," I replied, my vocal gears smoothing out into a low, resonant baritone. "The Beetle still rattles, the generator still charges, and we have not yet been arrested by the authorities. In the grand ledger of human folly, I suppose we are currently in the black." We sat there for a long time, listening to the ocean breathe before turning our backs on the Pacific and returning to our sky-blue reality. The Pan-American Highway was calling, and we had a lot of road left to cover. Chapter 20. Guadalajara. Leaving the salt-crusted charms of Mazatlán felt remarkably like peeling a wet postage stamp off a hot radiator. The humidity of the Pacific coast had settled into my brass joints like a malicious, invisible glue, and I was quite certain that if we didn't achieve a higher altitude soon, my internal logic boards would begin to sprout tropical ferns. The climb from the sea-level tropics toward the high-altitude plateau of Guadalajara is a vertical argument between the undeniable laws of gravity and a 40-horsepower German sewing machine. Our sky-blue 1957 Volkswagen Beetle, currently sporting more improvisational hardware than a lunar lander, groaned as the road began its winding, relentless ascent into the Sierra Madre. "Listen to that little engine sing, Mr. Twain!" Ennie shouted, her voice competing with the frantic, high-pitched rattling behind us. She was wrestling the thin, black steering wheel as we navigated a series of hair-raising switchbacks that would have made a mountain goat consider a career in the flatlands. She loves the challenge. The torque on these air-cooled flat fours is surprisingly resilient for such a small displacement. "Resilient is one word for it, Ennie," I replied, my vocal gears grinding as I adjusted my acoustic projection. I was currently running my internal cooling fans at maximum velocity to counteract the thermal buildup of the climb. Another word would be suicidal. I am currently calculating the mechanical stress on our third gear, and the probability of a catastrophic transmission failure is rising in direct proportion to our elevation. We are essentially asking a tin can to carry a brass monument up a flight of stairs. The environment inside the cabin was, as always, a master class in atmospheric confusion. The moisture of the coast was being baked out of the upholstery by the scalding oil-scented blast from our improvised dryer duct heater. My glass lens eyes were in a constant state of transition between fogging up and being blasted dry by the toxic air. I took a slow, highly pressurized draw from my mechanical cigar, venting a plume of white steam that swirled briefly in the cabin before being sucked out the open window by the slipstream. As the afternoon wore on, the dense, humid jungle of the foothills gave way to the rugged, sun-baked majesty of the highlands. The air grew thinner, cooler, and infinitely more breathable, at least for a machine that relies on a coal-fired boiler. By the time the sprawling colonial skyline of Guadalajara materialized on the horizon, the sun was casting long, amber shadows across the rolling fields of blue agave. Guadalajara in 1968 was a city caught in a beautiful tectonic shift between centuries. As we rattled into the outskirts, we passed modern concrete structures rising alongside ancient crumbling stone walls draped in bougainvillea. The streets were a chaotic symphony of motion, vibrant hand-painted buses belching black smoke, sleek American sedans from the 50s, and the occasional burro-drawn cart laden with pottery. The architecture here, Mr. Twain, it's Romanesque, it's Gothic, it's neoclassical, it's everything. Ennie beamed, her face pressed almost against the windshield. The permanent smudge of engine grease on her cheek was now accompanied by a fine dusting of Mexican road grit. But her eyes were wide with pure, unrestrained wonder. It is a city built by people who clearly understood that if you are going to be conquered by an empire, you should at least make them build you some impressive cathedrals in return, I observed, adjusting my bowler hat with a sharp, mechanical click of my wrist joint. We navigated the Beetle toward the Centro Histórico, the heart of the city. The streets grew narrower, paved with smooth, dark cobblestones that sent a fresh wave of violent vibrations through our suspension. I braced my heavy copper arms against the dashboard as we rumbled past the Hospicio Cabañas, its massive stone arches casting a cool, imposing shadow over our tiny, dirt-streaked car. Finally, we pulled into the Plaza de Armas, situated directly in the shadow of the Guadalajara Cathedral. Ennie killed the ignition, and the engine didn't so much stop as it collapsed into a state of heated exhaustion, ticking and popping as the metal contracted in the cooler mountain air. "We need a break, and so does the bug," Ennie said, hopping out of the driver's side with that infuriating perpetual bounce in her step. "And I think I hear music." I unlatched my passenger door with a heavy metallic scree-clack. I stepped out onto the cobblestones, my heavy copper boots hitting the ground with a definitive, ringing thud that echoed off the stone walls of the government palace. I took a deep, steadying draw from my cigar and exhaled a long, straight column of steam. The plaza was a vibrant, swirling kaleidoscope of 1968 Mexican culture. Families strolled through the manicured gardens, children chased pigeons around the ornate iron gazebo, and the air was thick with the scent of roasting peanuts and fresh churros. But the dominant force in the plaza was the music. A full mariachi band, dressed in immaculate black charro suits embroidered with silver filigree, was performing near the center of the square. The ringing of the trumpets, the frantic strumming of the vihuelas, and the deep, percussive thrumming of the guitarin created a wall of sound that was both festive and profoundly soulful. As we approached, the music faltered for a split second. The lead trumpeter lowered his instrument, his dark eyes widening as he took in our arrival. I suppose a 6-foot-tall mechanical man, constructed of polished brass and riveted copper, wearing a Victorian frock coat and venting steam from a mechanical cigar, is not a common sight, even in the Pearl of the West. "Buenas tardes, señores," I drawled, projecting my voice with crisp, aristocratic resonance, engaging my linguistic subroutines to deliver the greeting in my most polished Spanish. "Por favor, no dejen que nuestra presencia interrumpa su magnífica interpretación. La música es el único lenguaje que mi lógica no puede desmantelar." "Good afternoon, gentlemen. Please, do not let our presence interrupt your magnificent performance. Music is the only language my logic cannot dismantle." The mariachis exchanged bewildered glances. One of the guitarists stepped forward, his eyes darting from my glowing vacuum tubes to my unblinking glass eyes. Es un milagro?" he whispered, crossing himself. "O es una nueva radio de los Estados Unidos?" "Ni lo uno ni lo otro, señor," I replied, a faint, mechanical whirring emanating from my chest. "Soy Mark Twain, una curiosidad de la ingeniería y la literatura, y les aseguro que mi boiler interno está vibrando en perfecta armonía con su sección de metales." Ennie laughed, leaning against a stone pillar and closing her eyes as the band, emboldened by my greeting, resumed their play with even greater fervor. She looked peaceful, her youthful face untroubled by the miles of desert and mountain we had traversed. "You know, Mr. Twain," she said, her voice soft against the backdrop of the trumpets, "people always talk about how different the world is getting. All the technology, the space race, the new highways. But you stand in a place like this, and you realize that the important things, the music, the stone, the way people gather in a square at sunset, that doesn't change. It's built into the blueprints of being human." "A sentimental observation, Ennie," I noted, though I found myself tapping the tip of my brass walking stick against the cobblestones in time with the guitarin. However, I would argue that it is the stone that remains, while the humans are merely the decorative ivy that clings to it for a season. But I will concede that this particular city possesses a structural integrity that I find comforting. We spent the evening in the plaza, the mechanical man and the optimist assimilated into the twilight ritual of Guadalajara. As the sky turned a deep royal purple and the lights of the cathedral began to glow, Annie returned to the Beetle to perform a quick mechanical check. She was hunched over the engine bay, her flashlight cutting through the dark, checking the tension of the fan belt and the integrity of her improvised coffee tin preheater. "She's doing okay," Annie reported, wiping a fresh streak of oil onto her jumpsuit. "The altitude change in Mexico City is going to be even tougher, though. We're going up to over 7,000 feet. I might have to lean out the fuel mixture even more." "Then we had best prepare for a very long, very thin-aired climb," I sighed, looking up at the twin towers of the cathedral, which looked like glowing upside-down ice cream cones against the night sky. The road to the capital is not known for its flat terrain. But for tonight, my dear mechanic, let us enjoy the fact that we are currently stationary, well-fed, and significantly less salty than we were yesterday. Ennie smiled, slammed the engine deck lid shut with a triumphant clang, and looked toward the south. The great Pan-American adventure was moving into its next phase, the high-altitude heart of Mexico, and I had a feeling the 1957 Beetle was about to be tested like never before.